2 minutes until we air. 1 minute until the live stream. One minute until we air. We are now live streaming.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to City Hall. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 7 p.m. I am masked up tonight because I'm recovering from something called burnout. And got a little sick, but I'm fine, colleagues. I'm not contagious, and I check for all the things that are there to check for. So no side eyes up here. All right, let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. At this time, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's our practice to stand and salute the flag as we administer the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Williams.
I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middle.
I'm here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman. And Councilmember Rist.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. We have a couple of
Wrist. Okay.
have a couple of proclamations tonight. I'm sorry. No, is that correct?
Yeah.
Could you? Would you like to?
Let me do number 2.
I was going to have them do this, but.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, folks of Durham, thanks for being here. Can I call up Alice Sharp? Come on up, Alice, you're everywhere. Model citizen. You know, this weekend on Sunday is the Crop Walk, the 50th version of the Crop Walk in Durham. An amazing fundraising event in Durham to raise the importance of hunger, the importance of curing hunger worldwide in the U.S., but also raising money to address hunger worldwide in the U.S. I'm proud to have been a part of the Crop Walk for about 30 of those years, with my church as a volunteer, as a walker, and as a donor. And Shirley, Frederick, if you're out there, I'm sponsoring you this weekend, so make sure you walk. So let me read this proclamation. Whereas the 50th Annual Durham Crop Hunger Walk will be held on March 24th, 2024, and whereas it is the oldest fundraising walk in Durham, whereas the Durham Crop Hunger Walks have raised more than $5.2 million for hunger relief since the inception of the walk, including the 25% or $1.25 million that has gone to hunger fighting agencies in Durham. And whereas in 2023, the Durham Crop Hunger Walk was the second largest walk out of 500 walks in the United States. Whereas we applaud the citizens of Durham for their compassion and generosity in working together to help relieve hunger both locally and globally. Now therefore, I, Leonardo Williams, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim March 24th, 2024 as Durham Crop Hunger Walk Day in the City of Durham, and hereby call upon all residents to join activities and discussions that promote understanding, support, and awareness of the Durham Crop Hunger Walk. Witness my hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this 18th day of March, 2024.
Thank you. And it is a mouthful, Durham Crop Hunger Walk. Hi, Steve. One of the first things I want to do is show you the T-shirt which we have passed out or will be passed out to the council. This was designed by Saint McDowell, who is an NCCU art student, and he did a fabulous job. So come out this Sunday and you can get your shirt as well. But I do want to thank the citizens of Durham for their generosity. There is absolutely no way we could be doing this for 50 years without the citizens' support. So a big hand for the citizens of Durham. And lastly, please go to Durham Crop Hunger Walk, durhamcropwalk.org, durhamcropwalk.org, and please donate. This year we've taken on a goal. Once we reached one goal, we just kept going, and it's gotten a bit out of control, I think. But $220,000 is what we plan to raise this year. And with the support of Durham citizens, I know we can do it. And I want to let you know that it's not just a one-person job. Here we have Annette Reed and Bob Newland. Bob has been doing crop walks for at least 30, 40 years?
Around 34.
Around 30. And Annette has been doing a great job for the last at least 20 years or more.
Not that much.
Not that much. But anyway, thank you all again. Thank you to the council. And we will see you Sunday. All right.
Thanks for doing that.
I see so many Omegas in the house, I had to call an extra Alpha man up here with me. So, will the brothers of Omega Psi Phi please join us? It's good to see you guys. Justice, welcome to the Bull City.
Pleasure. Good to be back.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Oh yeah, it's my son's professor over here. All right. All right. I, as a brother of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, will do the honors of welcoming the Omega men in the house tonight. So therefore, whereas on April 12, 1974, signaled the arrival of the first Black Greek student organization on the campus of Duke University, the Omega Zeta chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and whereas the Omega Zeta chapter continues to demonstrate their commitments to their four cardinal principles: manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift. in their motto, friendship is essential to the soul. And whereas the arrival of the Omega Zeta chapter signaled a new day in Black student life on the campus that welcomed Black students only 11 years before, and whereas at Duke University, Black Greek fraternity was allowed and successful on a campus that was generally unaccustomed to the Black experience. And whereas the Omega Zeta chapter remains a strong and valuable part of Duke University. And now, therefore, I, Leonardo Williams, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim April 12th, 2024, Omega Zeta chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Day in the City of Durham, and hereby urge all residents to join me in expressing gratitude for the invaluable contributions of the Omega Zeta chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. Witness my hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this 18th day of March 2024. Congratulations.
Thank you. We thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and Council, for this proclamation, recognizing our experience that we're having now in this moment. And with me, we have Dorian Bolden, Kenneth Lewis, Daryl Spells, Charles Curry, Isaiah Fisher Smith, Todd Perry, Tom Johnson, and last but not least, Honorable Justice from the North Carolina Supreme Court, retired, Mike Morgan, who was a founding member of the Omega Zeta chapter of Omega Psi Phi in 1974. Mike, say hey.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council and citizens and guests. When we were teenagers at Duke University back in 1974, little did we envision this kind of recognition from the city. This is indeed an honor. I remember that when we had our big brother at the time, one of the things that we were told that we had to do, and I got the honor or the dishonor to be told to do it, to call the Durham Morning Herald and say there's something major that's going to happen here in the cafeteria, you better be here, and just hung up. Nobody from the Durham Morning Herald showed up, but I think this city recognition more than makes up for that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. It was 9:30 p.m. on Friday, April 12th, 1974, that I, along with 12 other brothers of my 13 Commandments line, 2 of whom have gone on to glory, had this honor to establish Omega Zeta chapter, the first Black fraternity on Duke University's campus. Thank you for this recognition. It is indeed an honor that we teenagers never thought that we would see, but yet on the other hand, you can see throughout the generations of Duke University's Omega Zeta chapter, Omega Psi Phi not only continues to survive, but it thrives as a very viable organization on Duke's campus and indeed in the city of Durham and the county of Durham. Thank you for this recognition. Thank you for the honor.
For y'all that don't know, that's a little Black fraternal love there. All right. Colleagues, we will go ahead and move to any announcements. Councilmember Cook.
Good evening, everyone. I too am masking, but mine has more to do with all of the trees that are pollinating outside than anything else. But yeah, just a couple of quick things. The first is that I had the privilege to go to Meals on Wheels this morning with a couple of my colleagues. You heard from them already this evening, but such a great organization, and it was so awesome to see the dreams of expansion just in their small space that they have and how that's really going to affect Durham in such a positive way. So I just wanted to give them a shout out. And then the other thing I just wanted to recognize is that it is Ramadan for our brothers and sisters who are Muslim are celebrating at this time. They're also fasting. And so I hope everyone's having a meaningful fast. I was invited to break fast with folks at the Zakat Foundation last week. And it was such an honor to be in community with those folks, to slow down and also to hear about how many things that they do for the city. These folks have been out at housing communities, just delivering meals, bringing needed supplies to folks. And the volunteers I thought were amazing. They are ranging high school and college folks who have been with this organization, some for 2, some for 5, some for 10 years volunteering, and lots of great family support. So it was a real honor to be to break fast with them last week, and I hope everyone is having a meaningful fast for those who are celebrating. That is all.
Thank you so much for those comments. Councilmember Baker. Welcome, Councilmember Freeman. Any remarks? Councilmember Rist. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to you and to my honorable colleagues and everyone in the chamber. First off, I want to fully associate myself with Councilmember Cook's remarks and goodwill to our brothers and sisters in the Muslim community. She did it beautifully. No need for me to go any further, but thank you for recognizing the period of fast. Mr. Mayor, I was, along with you, was in D.C. With elected leaders from all over the United States for the Congressional Cities Conference of the National League of Cities, and had opportunity to meet with members of our delegation on both sides of the aisle, Democrat and Republican, to address issues that are important, not only to Durham, but I had the opportunity also to advocate on behalf of the entire state with the executive leadership of the North Carolina League of Municipalities on issues such as expanding the commitment date for ARPA funds. A lot of smaller towns and cities and larger ones need that date. Not that we don't have ideas on how to spend the money, but the date to commit it and to get contracts signed is fastly approaching. We need that date moved up, and I had an opportunity to talk with both Democrat and Republican representatives about that importance, a commitment to more funds for continuing internet expansion, not only in major cities around our state, but in rural areas as well, tweaking the formula whereby federal transportation funds are allotted to states around the country. North Carolina is one of the fastest growing states in the union, but we're still using a rather antiquated model and metric for distributing transportation funds. So I had an opportunity to talk about that, and capacity also for dealing with PFAS in our waters. I want to particularly send thanks to congresspersons, representatives Nickel, Bishop, and Foushee, to Senator Budd, who was very generous with his time, and to the staff of Senator Tillis as well, whom we were able to have some very productive conversations, recognizing that we may not always agree on everything, but we can agree to be agreeable, and that our state is the envy of this nation for a reason, not because we agree, but because we respect each other. So, Mr. Mayor, I know you had meetings there as well along your own track, but I just wanted to let the people of Durham know that we've got great representation in Washington, D.C., and I will finally say to my colleagues, one of the things that was hit home to me is not only is North Carolina a great state and Durham a great city, but I am glad that we are entertaining conversations about Durham bringing on a professional lobbyist and professional representation. Many of our sister cities around the state, smaller than us, have seen some windfalls for having professional representation both in Raleigh and in Washington, D.C. And this trip really underscored for me the importance of furthering those conversations and actually crystallizing them into policy. So thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Feel better.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll be potentially passing it off to you some tonight as my voice may dwindle. But yeah, I was in D.C. as well with over 4,000 elected officials from across the country. I used this trip to spend most of my time with, just building relationships and having meetings on Capitol Hill. As I said before, a lot of my time as mayor is going to be spent finding resources and bringing them home to Durham. so that we could get supplemental funds and resources to do the things that we want to do here locally. When I was leaving the climate summit out of Miami and flying up to DC, I ran into Congresswoman Frederica Wilson out of Florida, and we had a conversation, and she said, "You should come on the Hill tomorrow." And there's a Black Men for Choice roundtable. I hadn't heard of it, but I went, and I'm glad I did. Myself and Senator-elect Sophia Chitlick-Abram, who I ran into on the Capitol Hill as well, we went and we sat in, and Durham was recognized. Congresswoman Foushee was around the table along with Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley and Brownlee and Barbara Lee, and it just felt good to be in the room with about 20 to 30 Black men standing as allies for women having, the right to make a choice on their own bodies. And there are some people that agree with that and some people that don't. And you can stand where you stand on it. It felt good to be there, stand as an ally. Another thing was just really, as Mayor Pro Tem stated, just generating relationships and resources for Durham. And one thing I can say when I go to these conferences, everyone knows who Durham is. Everyone knows how dope Durham is. And I want us to be able to tell that story even better. You know, there is a little mud fighting here on the local level, and that's okay because we're trying to be better. But folks, we have it a lot better than a lot of other municipalities across the country. So we're going to do a better job at telling our story. That doesn't mean we're not going to fight. That means we're going to keep on trying to make what we have here even better. But we do have it a lot better than a lot of other people. Trust me. This is also National Transit Employee Day. And yeah. Sometimes I have remarks and I get up here and when I start talking, I forget exactly what I was going to say. So I did not want to mess this one up. So I have a few remarks because this is special. If we have any transit employees in the room, if you are here, please stand. Okay, no worries. All right, they're working. All right, so basically, folks, every day in our community, we rely on over 230 Go Durham bus employees and over 59 Go Durham Access employees to keep Durham moving. Our transit system carries essential workers at our hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, pharmacies, and grocery stores. 3/4 of Go Durham riders don't own a vehicle and count on transit to get to and from work, school, and medical appointments. 77% in 2022 survey have no vehicle availability. Over the weekend and this morning at the Durham station, our partners at Bike Durham collected handwritten thank you messages from hundreds of riders, expressing their appreciation for the hard work that transit employees do every single day across Durham. Last year, this council honored 16 Go Durham operators whose skill and focus on safety enabled them to complete 1 million consecutive miles of error-free driving. I'm going to pause right there, and you better clap your hands because that is a big deal. Error-free, wow. Thanks to the dedication of these veteran transit workers and new recruits who have joined the ranks, we're back to 100% pre-pandemic service levels and preparing to expand service in the months ahead. To all our transit workers, bus operators, mechanics, customer service, and support staff, I want to say two things to you. Thank you for all you do, day in and day out, for our community. And two, we know you have plenty of job offers. I have my CDLs, but I can't drive those buses. So we want you to know that we are so proud that you made the choice to serve the people of Durham. Thank you so much. Madam Manager.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Williams, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the Durham City Council. I have 3 priority items for you this evening. I will begin with agenda item number 14, which is the Governor's Crime Commission 2023 Criminal Justice Improvement Program Grant Project Ordinance. This item is being referred back to the Police Department. Agenda item number 22, Consolidation Annexation, Sherron Road Apartments, Cost Benefit Analysis, which is attachment number 9, attachment H, has been updated to reflect an assumed tax rate growth of 3% per year. And attachment N, zoning ordinance, was updated to reflect DPS proffer increase from $10,000 to $35,000 in text commitment 12. And finally, this evening, I have saved the best priority item for last. We have an employee recognition from our Parks and Recreation Department. So I will call that presenter to the microphone at this time. No.
You continuously hear me say Durham is dope. You're about to find out why.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Manager, members of council. I'm Wade Walcutt with the Durham Parks and Recreation Department, and it's my honor, and I appreciate the opportunity the manager gave us tonight just to recognize some more heroes that we have in our city. The team behind me here of DPR are several different people at the Campus Hills Recreation Center, whether they're in aquatics or recreation, and they responded to an emergency just a couple weeks ago. There was a call for help, and someone was playing pickleball and had a health emergency, and seconds later, our team was there. And in a matter of seconds, our team took a very stressful, very hectic event and remained calm, remained poised, remained professional, and they stayed a team. So it's my honor to have them here tonight, just to be recognized, rightfully so, for being a hero. And I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize a police officer that was there on the scene as well that helped out. But this group of 7 folks here helped save one of our residents' lives. Was it a week ago, 2 weeks ago? Just 2 weeks ago. So with us tonight is Mr. Martin and his wife, Mrs. Martin. I didn't know if you wanted to say anything. Yeah.
Good evening. I just wanted to start out reading a letter from my husband's son, John. He addressed this to Mr. Walcutt, but I felt it should be addressed to all the good Samaritans in this room who were involved in saving my husband's life. I don't know what you look like. I don't know your names, but you are the reason that my father is still alive today. Your quick actions are the reason that my stepmother does not wake up without the love of her life today. You are the reason that my brothers and I still have a mentor to call. You are the reason that I will get to hear my father's laugh again. You are the reason that my father may one day hold his grandchildren in his arms. Thank you will not be enough for the precious times that you have given back to all of us. I am grateful for all of you who were there that day. Thank you.
That is all I have this evening.
Wow. All right. I will entertain a motion to accept the manager's priority items.
Move to accept priority items?
Second.
Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Whew. All right. I failed to mention also that this morning we had students from Durham Public Schools to go and visit the Google office here in Durham, and they are starting in middle school to study computer science, and they are being trained by the actual software engineers of Google, the company itself. And I had the honor of giving opening remarks with Senator Natalie Murdoch this morning, and I told the kids I would shout them out. So shout out to the Carrington students for starting your journey to be software engineers. All right, Madam Attorney, have any priority items?
Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the council. It's good to see you. I do not have any priority items. If I may just take a point of personal privilege,
Please.
I just wanted to mention, so that folks in the public know, Mrs. Martin, who just read those wonderful remarks from her stepson, to thank the heroic Parks and Rec workers, was herself a dedicated city employee for years. I had the honor of working with her. She worked in our risk management division, and it is just wonderful to see how this community gives back good to people who gave good. So grateful to be part of Durham.
It's amazing. It's overwhelming. All right, and Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. The City Clerk's office has no priority items tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, at this time, I will go ahead and read the consent agenda. Item number 1, Mayor's Hispanic and Latino Committee appointment. Number 2, Durham Workers' Rights Commission. Number 3, approval of city council minutes. Number 4, boards, committees, commissions, and task force calendar year 2023 annual attendance reports. Number 5, approval of a multifamily housing facility to be known as Trails at Twin Lakes Apartment Homes in the city of Durham and the financing thereof with multifamily housing revenue bonds not to exceed $5.1 million. Number 6, establishment of a 911 alternate call routing interlocal agreement with the city of Fayetteville. Again, not pulling the item, but for those who do not know, it's not that our 911 center cannot handle it. They're doing fine. We legislatively have to have a backup center in case of any catastrophic event. Number 7, Second Amendment to the professional services contract with Perkins and Will Incorporated for the Durham Station Transit Center Improvements Project. Number 8, Fire and Emergency Medical Services Station 19 Architectural Services Agreement with ADW Architects, PA. Number 9, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA project, right-of-way tree watering with Jumping Buddies, LLC, DBA Pit Stop, pressure washing. Number 10, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA project, right-of-way and cemetery tree planting with Davis Landscape Limited. Number 11, Durham Station Transit Center Improvements Project, construction manager at risk, pre-qualification procedures resolution. Number 12, Fire and Emergency Medical Services Station 19, construction manager at-risk agreement with Summit Corporation. Number 13, amendment to Mayor's Hispanic and Latino Committee bylaws. Number 14, Governor's Crime Commission 2023 Criminal Justice Improvement Program grant. Was that one poll? Oh, okay. Number 15, contract ST 329D pavement asset management plan programming. Number 16, contract Southwest 90, SW 96 PW Street maintenance repairs 2024. Number 17, contract SW 96C inspection services for PW Street maintenance repairs. 18, street and infrastructure acceptance. Okay. ATO accept certain streets and infrastructure in Andrews Chapel phases 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, and 4. Ashton Crossing phase 1, Copley Farms phases 3, 4, 5, and 6. Davis Park East phases 1, 2, and 3, excluding sewer. Huntington Valley phases 1 and 2. Lakeshore phases 2A and 2B, excluding sewer. Lumley Road Townhomes, excluding sewer. Magnolia Creek phases 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, and 4. Sagewood phases 1 and 2. Shepherd's Square phases 1, 2, and 3. Sterling phases 2A, 2B, and 2C, excluding sewer. 5622 Ventura Drive, American Drive, Carthage Street Industrial, Eno River SS Outfall, South Austin Avenue, Senior Living Apartments, the Bluffs at Hope Valley, and the courtyards at Andrews Chapel for maintenance by the City of Durham. Number 20, public hearing on the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget and 2025-2030 capital improvement plan, CIP. Number 21, Consolidated Annexation 3411 and 3417 Pickett Road. Number 22, Consolidation Annexation Sherron Road Apartments. All right, that is our consent agenda. That's the entire agenda, yeah. All right. Yeah, that's right. All right, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and properly second. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the poll.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our general business, which is our public hearing. It's 63, so I'm going to do 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, we have quite a few signups here. How many do we have online? Any online? Attendees. All for this item, number 20? Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and start with members online. We're going to do 2 minutes. All right. All right, so we're going to get started with online. So this will be this is a public hearing for our budget. So we have Director Reardon. Welcome.
So good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Christina Reardon, Director of Budget and Management Services. This is a public hearing to receive comments from the public on the development of the fiscal year 2024-25 budget and the fiscal year 2025-2030 Capital Improvement Plan, or CIP. Just wanted to let you know that Budget and Management Services staff are here and available to listen and receive all comments.
Thank you so much, Derek. Yes. 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 All right, Madam Clerk, we will start with Frank Stacio. In person? He's queue. Okay. Frank Stacio, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. It won't take me that long. I want to thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council for inviting me to speak and for all of your hard work and your efforts. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to support the Office of Survivor Care in the 2024-2025 budget. This really completes the circle for law enforcement and public safety in the city of Durham. We do a pretty good job when it comes to law enforcement, but it's only part of the picture. And as a member of the pilot program, Prescriptions for Repair, we listened. All we did was listen to survivors of gun violence, and they were surprised at how therapeutic and how healing it was. And in one case, one of the individuals who told us quite frankly they weren't really traumatized, they didn't think, by the gun violence that they had endured, broke down several times and cried and said, "I've never done this before," and then asked if he could speak with us even when the money ran out, and then asked if he could volunteer. This is the kind of thing that clinicians and psychologists and therapists talk about all the time. Hurt people, healed people, heal people. And without healing, the trauma that is rampant in our community, it is unlikely that enforcement is enough to do the job to make the public safe. I urge you to complete the circle of public safety and please support the Office of Survivor Care in the upcoming budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jerry LaPlaca.
Mr. Mayor, Jerry LaPlaca is not in the queue.
Okay. Wait a minute. I saw Lafferty. Oh, you're here. Okay. Sam, is that the next one? Okay. Sam Scarborough.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, Sam. Yes.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. As a lifelong Durhamite who proudly served on the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force, I urge this elected body to support funding for an Office of Survivor Care through the Community Safety Department. We must fill the gaps created by our criminal injustice system by creating an institution that provides non-law enforcement, trauma-informed care that responds to the unique, self-identified needs of survivors of violence and their loved ones. The Office of Survivor Care is another step toward engendering restorative justice in Durham. Also, I urge City Council to meet each and every demand from UE Local 150. Our city workers deserve a pay raise and the ability to live in the city they pour so much into. Our city workers are essential in the collective struggle toward building a truly functioning democratic society. In closing, pay our city workers and create the Office of Survivor Care. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If I was sitting in the audience, I'll be clapping as well. But I'm going to ask us to please do this so I can just keep the meeting going. We have a lot of speakers tonight, and I don't want to be here until 1 a.m. So let's, if you don't mind, let's just keep it to the snaps, or let's hold your applause to the end, please. Maya Ghanem, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Maya Ghanem. I'm a resident of Durham. This will be short, but I'm just going to advocate that we increase wages for city workers to $25 an hour, and that we also allocate more funding to the Survivor Care Office, and also to allocate more funding to HEART as much as possible. I think these are really important ways to address the needs of the community that are not policing and that are not things like ShotSpotter. Thank you.
Yep, thank you too. Next, Jacqueline Wagstaff. Ms. Wagstaff, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm just here to support the city workers and also just to say that Durham is dope, but we also have some problems. We had a 5-year-old shot last week and a 16-year-old and just a random drive-by. So while we got all these dope things going on, let's talk about the things that are happening that are not so dope. Also, just wanted to recognize that former school board and my former colleague, Mr. Martin, I'm so happy to see that he survived whatever happened at the park. And I congratulate those people that helped him at the time. So I would like for this board to consider funding all of the above. All of the previous speakers have said some things I agree with, but also let's not defund the police by using these methods to defund them. The police department, with all of these new people moving into Durham, means those are thousands of people that have to be provided public safety. So while we may need to support all of these other initiatives, we also have to support our public safety, our police department, so that they can do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff. Next, Stella Adams. Ms. Stella, can you hear me? Ms. Stella, can you hear me? All right, I see you raising your hand. Are you muted? Do you see a red line through the microphone?
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Adams has been unmuted.
Could you say something, Ms. Adams?
Ms. Adams, can you respond?
Okay, if you could just keep working with her, I'll come back. She signed off. Okay, I'll come back. That's all we have. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll get to the cards. All right, I'm going to call the names in groups of 5. If you will, just cue to my right, your left. And the first is George Bicote, Antonio Smith, Rob Wilkerson, Montrell Perry, and Gerald Wallace. Welcome. You have 2 minutes. Good to see you guys.
Good evening, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem.
Close to that mic for me, George.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm George Baycoat, an automation driver for solid waste. And I want to say, we want to get paid. How can our job be so important but get paid so little? Y'all finding it hard to pay us because the system is flawed. 4% annual raises are just unfair. That design only benefits employees that's on a higher pay scale, mostly in the open range. 4% of 40,000 is not the same as 4% of 90,000. I can see why the city is having a hard time figuring out the budget. Over 50% of its employees are on a higher pay scale. On a lower pay scale, it's us, the ones with our boots on the ground, that do the hard work every day of keeping the city beautiful and clean. We want to get paid. You giving police 17%. We just as important to safety and the health of this city. We want to be reclassified as a $6.50 raise is a small ask for this line of work. Day in and day out, in the dead cold, in the rain, in the scorching heat, picking up the city's trash is hazardous to one's health. What happened to the city's core values of integrity and fairness, the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, moral uprightness? What happened to being fair? So I want to ask you, how can you have a job that's so important but get paid so little? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't write anything down. Just came to speak. What resonated me the last time we came before you guys, you said we didn't show up before the last budget meeting. We're here. We asked to be recognized. We do everything you ask us to do, down to the smallest increment of whatever is asked. We asking for the smallest favor. Make us whole. Give our guys a reason to love what we're doing. I mean, not as if we don't already do, but no aggression. We love what we do. We hope y'all love what we do for you and the rest of the citizens of Durham. Like I said, we here. Show us that you recognize we standing before you asking for the minimum of anybody can ask for, a decent living. Thank you.
Thank y'all for y'all service. In 1998, the Durham City Council passed ordinance number 11,333. I was able to locate the actual original file ordinance, and after reading it, it was clear that the spirit of the ordinance was to ensure that city workers and workers contracting with the city stayed above the poverty line. In September of 2016, it was recommended that the ordinance be amended to reflect the new method for calculating the livable wage. This method, which is the 4-year blended method, is on its face fatally flawed. If the ordinance mandated that 30% of a person's monthly salary must be able to cover the fair market rent according to HUD, and rents rise every year, it is technically impossible to take 4 prior years of lower rent rates, divide them by 4, and come up with an average rent rate to start your calculation that's going to get you 30% of the current fair market rent. For example, the 2024 HUD fair market rent in Durham is $1,418 for a 1-bedroom apartment. If $1,418 was 30% of my salary, as the ordinance mandates, then I would be making $27.26 an hour. But because of the flawed amendment calling for the use of 4 prior years of lower rent rates, you have set the livable wage at $19.57 per hour, well below what it takes to be able to afford to live in Durham. If you included this year's HUD numbers in your 4-year blend, the minimum wage would be $21.90 per hour. In short, the ordinance contradicts itself, and that contradiction is a fatal flaw. For that reason, I propose that this body amend the ordinance and remove the 4-year blend requirement. The living wage should be based on how much it costs to live in Durham today, not 4 years prior. If this body truly embraces the spirit of the ordinance as the ordinance that was meant to make sure that city workers were paid a fair wage that keeps them above the poverty line, then you would do the right thing and fix this mess that your predecessors created.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? Hey City Council, hey Mayor, hi Council people. My name is Montreal Perry. I'm a collector in solid waste. I'm what you call a workhorse, a worker that's on back of the truck that's really in the trenches, running up and down the street, slinging cans from left to right in a timely manner, boots glued to the ground till the soles come off. I wanted to touch on why solid waste should have renewed classification. If you had a choice to come and make the same amount of pay in a pickup truck cleaning buildings, pulling trash, or riding on the back of a truck in frigid temperatures or scorching temperatures pulling trash and dodging cars racing to get to work, which would you choose? There needs to be an incentive so our department can keep recruitment for people that want to come to solid waste and help keep this community clean. I noticed in this budget retreat, the pay was based on a 1-bedroom, but was based on a 1-bedroom affordability. But did that conclude the 3 times the rent that these apartments and complexes ask for? We've been making our voices heard almost a year, waiting on studies of someone to take the lead or initiative and city management to look into making our department whole. So as y'all look over these numbers and budgets, keep the underdogs in mind and at heart. Thank you.
Okay, before I call it, I'm going to go ahead and call the next 5, but you said these 2 right here, right? Jerry LaPlaca, can you hear me online? Next I have.
I'm here.
Okay, great, Jerry. Thank you so much. Give me one moment, okay?
Yes.
All right, if you will, come to the mic. Kevin Georges, Victor Iquisa, Danny Lynn Hunter, Jennifer Kerrigan, and Dr. Rania Mason, or Mazer, or Masier. All right, Jerry, if you can hear me, you have 2 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Jerry LaPlaca. I am a Durham resident. I'm a volunteer with Restorative Justice Durham. I'm here tonight to ask you to fund a 3-year pilot Office of Survivor Care within the city's Community Safety Department for survivors of gun violence and the loved ones of victims of gun violence. I was a trained facilitator working on the prescription for repair program last year. My cases involved spending time with a mother whose son had been violently murdered on the streets of Durham 6 months prior, and a young woman whose older sister had died, leaving her with little information about how, what, or why the shooting happened. Both individuals reported feeling brokenhearted, confused, angry, grief-filled, and just living day to day, trying to make sense of what had happened to their loved one. It was hard to get motivated to go to work and have anything fun related. They spoke of feeling disconnected from their families, their friends who had supported them at first, but then grew weary and tired and told them just to get back to life. The prescription for repair facilitators were there to listen. And I am here tonight to tell you they said it was good to talk about these tragic events and how their loved ones had been so tragically murdered. By us listening to them, it validated their feelings, it helped to ease the burden, and it gave them hope for the future. An Office of Survivor Care is urgently needed in Durham for adults and youth to connect these survivors with facilitated listening circles, grief circles, and all the relevant community-based service organizations in the arts, mental health, athletics, spiritual, youth-focused, and neighborhood-based. Please consider supporting this very important office for the next budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie St. Dre. Leslie St. Dre, can you hear me? She muted? She's unmuted. Leslie, can you hear me? Can you say something?
Yes.
Okay,
Can you hear
good.
me?
Yep, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Leslie St. Dre. I'm a resident of Durham, and I'm here to support raising the minimum wage to $25 an hour, starting with the solid waste workers first. I've talked to many of these workers who are working 3 jobs, barely have time to see their kids, they're housing unstable. $25 should be the bare minimum. I think if all of us making any more than that, we can imagine it's impossible to live in Durham now for that wage. It actually should be 27 or more. So I'm here in support of that, and we need affordable housing for our workers and in general. So I do support the affordable housing for city workers, and with the $2 million down payment on homeownership assistance in the grant program for city workers, and looking to the future for the Duke pilot to be earmarked for permanently affordable housing and wage increases. We need training pay, $50 per shift to train workers. They need no increases to their health insurance costs. Anything that we can do to support them being able to keep this city running is what we need to figure out in the budget. We need flat equal pay raises for all. This is fair. So in the unfair merit pay system, and we need to reclassify solid waste workers. So I support UE 150's demands and doing everything that we can to support keeping the city going by supporting our workers. And also, I support expanding HEART and funding it fully for everything that they need to keep it going and make sure
Thank
the
you so
cops
much.
are.
Is that it? Hold on. Okay. All right. I don't see Kevin Georges. All right. Again, I'm going to call those 5 names. There he is. Kevin Georges, Victor Equisa, Danny Lynn Hunter, Jennifer Kerrigan, and Dr. Renia. And I want you to say your last name when you get up here. I can't see the handwriting. All right. Pleasure to have you. You have 2 minutes. Perfect timing.
All right. Good evening, y'all. It's good to be with you again. I'm a local minister at Jubilee Baptist Church, and this budget discussion reminds me of a story in my tradition where Jesus tells us that we're called to love our neighbors, and someone asks in response, who is my neighbor? To whom do I really owe respect and recognition? Who do I really have to listen to? And the answer in that story, in my tradition, is everyone, and especially the most vulnerable. But you all have an opportunity tonight to give your own answer to that question through this budget. Do you think the people who pick up our trash, who clean our streets, who keep our city beautiful, are your neighbors, or do you think they're just human resources? That's what's at stake here. Who is our neighbor? And it's a very literal question, because if you all pass a budget that doesn't pay general step workers, and especially our sanitation workers, enough to rent a home and buy groceries and have fun and enjoy themselves in this city, then you're very literally saying through your actions that they are not our neighbors, that you want them to serve this community without being members of this community. But we all know that there is no Durham. Durham doesn't function without our general step workers, both through the work that they do and just through the people who they are. So I'm asking tonight that you treat those workers as neighbors, that you don't dismiss their lived experiences with talk of market rates and equal percentages, as though an equal percentage of inequity is not also inequitable. Y'all, every single day, I hear stories of people who are struggling. They hear of development and growth, and they wonder, for whom? This is a chance to spread Durham's wealth to Durham's workers, to Durham. And as a white minister, I feel I'd be remiss if I didn't use some of my privilege to point out that this is also a racial justice issue, too, when the city department with the highest percentage of minority workers is also the lowest paid. We can do better.
Thank you, Reverend.
Neighbors need us to.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Victor Akiza. I'm a Durham resident and a workers' rights organizer with Unite for a Fair Economy. I have been supporting the Durham City Workers Union's fight for living wages and better working conditions for months now. Last September, several union members from the Solid Waste Department took a brave stand and refused to not load their trucks in protest of the city's lack of needed pay increases. In a militant struggle that lasted 6 days, the union was able to win bonuses of $6.5 million to all city workers. But of course, the fight was not over. These bonuses that range from $500 to $5,000 were of course appreciated by the workers and was a step in the right direction. But what the city workers are asking for is permanent wage increases. UE 150 is asking to start a pilot program to raise the minimum wage to $25 an hour, starting with the Solid Waste Department, then going to Public Works, Transportation, and Parks and Rec. The Solid Waste Department has some of the lowest wages and is the city's lowest paid department with the highest concentration of black workers. Giving a raise of $6.50 an hour to solid waste workers will only cost the city $1.83 million. The city can't afford this. Raising the wages of city workers will set a precedent for other employers in Durham who will be pressured to pay workers higher wages. North Carolina has been ranked as the worst state in the country to be a low-paid worker and still has a minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. It is vital that this city council take bold steps in addressing wealth inequality and low wages in our city that will have a ripple effect across our state. I ask the city council to do justice for the workers of Durham and meet the reasonable demands presented by the Durham City Workers Union. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Danny Lynn Hunter, and I'm with the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network. I would like to express my support for the requested $5 million for the Durham City parks contaminated with lead, arsenic, cadmium, and other contaminants dangerous to human health. While the $5 million is an important first step, it must be a part of a much larger commitment to a multi-year plan that includes strategic engagement with residents of impacted neighborhoods to co-create strategies for assessing contamination and remediating parks. Furthermore, this will also require significant annual investment from the city until the parks are safe. The city should create a funding plan to render these sites safe for the public's use and prioritize environmental justice within the community. As part of the plan, the city should act with urgency to determine the outside funds available and apply for that assistance, such as Justice 40 funds, rather than waiting for state funding that may not materialize for years. Justice 40 funds present a unique and historic opportunity to tackle issues such as parks, and I encourage you to consider this avenue for future remediation funds while also providing your support for the $5 million currently proposed. I would also like to emphasize that social justice issues should not be pitted against one another in the budget. There is extreme urgency to address the park issue and to ensure that they are safe, but I also stand in solidarity with the city workers from Durham demanding higher wages that include increasing the minimum wage to $25 an hour, flat equal annual pay raises for all, putting an end to the unfair merit pay system, reclassifying solid waste workers, providing affordable housing for all city workers, compensating city employees for training shifts, and no increases in annual health care costs. Providing funds to support both remediation and parks and Durham city workers will make the city of Durham a more equitable, sustainable, and safer place to live.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Hello, my name is Jen Kerrigan. I'm speaking on behalf of Durham City County Environmental Affairs Board. I serve as the chair. The Environmental Affairs Board is charged with advising City Council, county commissioners, and staff on all issues related to environmental affairs. And I want to start my remarks by echoing what the previous speaker said about important social justice and environmental justice issues not being pitted against each other. I just wanted to speak on behalf of some issues that the EAB has decided to support this budget round, some of which are in the budget already and some of which are not. Some are about making a livable present, some are about making a livable future, but all of them are about making a livable Durham. The first one is regarding the $5 million budget allocation for the Parks and Rec remediation. The previous speaker gave a lot more detail, so I will save my remarks on that. I do want to make a note to say that it is very, very important that the city staff involve the public on future decision-making on what that remediation looks like. It's the $5 million is just a start, but the actual decisions of how to remediate needs to be done in conjunction with the community members that live in those neighborhoods. I also wanted to make a general note regarding rooftop solar, EV charging, and general efficiency improvements. In particular, the EV charging for fleet and transit, that is 42% of our current greenhouse gas emissions. So if we don't install EV chargers for those electrified vehicles, we can't actually use them. So we need to keep that in the budget. Lastly, I wanted to mention a couple budget items that are not currently in the solid waste department, but we think should be in there, particularly around creating a reuse hub manager and a reuse hub. Anything that we can do to support reuse and reducing solid waste makes the solid waste department's job easier and makes all of our lives easier. So increasing the budget for reuse hubs and reuse manager to actually reduce the amount of trash will support a livable Durham. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Good evening. My name is Rania Al-Masri, co-director of the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network. Earlier, this council voted yes on a ceasefire in Gaza, and you voted yes on that ceasefire because you recognize the humanity of everyone. You recognize the intersection of issues, and you recognize that no one is disposable. We bring that narrative here to the Durham budget to recognize that no one is disposable in Durham. When we say that city workers are essential, we need to recognize that by how much we pay them. I want to quote from the Durham County Community Health Assessment Report that was released today. One, and I'm quoting, Durham County still has the highest eviction rate in the state, and wages are failing to keep up with quickly rising housing costs. So yes to the affordable housing for city workers and all, yes to the $2 million down payment home ownership assistance grant program for city workers, and hopefully that will be expanded. HUD characterizes affordable housing as occupants spending no more than 30% of their income on housing cost. The same report stated that affordable housing in Durham would require household income to be at least $4,480 per month. So the minimum wage, according to the Durham County Community Health Report, needs to be at least $28 an hour. Raise that minimum wage, starting with solid waste first, and yes to affordable housing for all city workers. 3, the report spoke of the ongoing environmental injustice. I quote, "Black neighborhoods contain more garbage incinerators and unpaved roads than white neighborhoods, and they receive sewer lines later. 3 of the 5 Durham city parks that my colleague spoke about are in historically African-American neighborhoods or low-income neighborhoods. So yes to that $5 million, but recognize that these funds need to go to rectify the structural racism and historical policies that remain critical to cause income inequities and health disparities."
Thank you, Doctor. Madam Clerk, it's 8:09. Would you please record that I'm assuming the gavel for this part of the hearing? And I'm going to invite, I'm going to ask the next 5 speakers to line up, and then we're going to go to a person online. But before we go to the person online, I'm going to invite our neighbors Dale McKeel, Christopher Pearlstein, Scott Carter, Alex Mitchell Schwartz, and Eric Landfried. If you'll queue up to our right while we get our neighbor who's online. Madam Clerk, who do we have? Lauren Eves. All right. Lauren Eves, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Lauren Eves, and I'm a resident of Wooltown. I'm also a scientist who studies chemical exposures during pregnancy, particularly toxic metals during pregnancy. So I'm here to express my full support for the $5 million for remediation of lead in Durham parks. I want to make a couple points just around the science to emphasize the importance of this. So there is no safe level of lead in the human body. Children are especially vulnerable, and there is, once children have been exposed, there is very, very little we can do to remediate the effects of this exposure when they're so young. Soil lead exposure is one of the key pathways through which children are exposed. So remediating the lead in Durham parks is a critical way that we can potentially achieve environmental justice through meaningful involvement of communities, through meaningful public education, and removing lead and the other contaminants in soil. I want to highlight as well that we've talked a lot about lead as a critical contaminant of concern, but the Mid-Atlantic report also found extremely high levels of arsenic and cadmium. So we're really just scratching the surface of the potential exposures that might be occurring through soil in these parks. So I hope that this $5 million can be a starting point, can begin meaningful engagement with communities, as prior speakers have talked about, can begin thinking about remediation solutions so that we can achieve environmental justice in our parks. And once again, they can be a place of joy and play for the children of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eves. Dale McKeel, welcome. Good evening. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm here to talk about the maintenance of our Greenway Trail system. There are many great trails in our community that are used by a cross-section of Durham residents. Many of the trails were resurfaced within the last couple of years, and I do appreciate the work that was done to bring that to fruition. But some of our existing trails also have some other problems that need to be addressed. The first of these had to do with bridge repair. The Public Works Department has done a survey of all the existing bridges and boardwalks and has identified about $2.5 million of repairs that need to be made. And I believe that's included in their budget request. I would ask you to support that. The second item is spot repairs to address a couple of different issues. One is tree roots. We have a lot of tree roots that have grown up and are causing buckling in the pavement of our trails. And this is a safety issue. There was a resident on the American Tobacco Trail back in the fall who was injured hitting one of these areas and was in intensive care for several days following that injury. The third issue has to do with drainage. There are places on our trails where water is not draining. This is also a safety issue. Several residents, a couple dozen at least, have been sending messages to the Recreation Advisory Commission over the last few months about these issues, and a number of them have noted that they have fallen and been injured due to the slickness of the trails. So I would ask you to address those concerns, and I believe the Parks and Recreation Department has requested $1.2 million to address those issues as well. So we'll ask you to support those items, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I'm Chris Perlstein. I live on Roxborough Street. Some of you guys may be familiar with my work on the Twitter account, Reckless Roxborough. So I'm here to talk to you guys today about street safety. This is, I think, an extremely important issue to address in our budget. I've run into unsafe circumstances pretty much daily, people failing to yield, people going excessive speeds. And this has been a major struggle. We've seen lots of property damage, and I've almost lost one of my dogs to a driver who left the street going at an unsafe speed. I've also witnessed a lot of very close calls involving people who are waiting at a bus stop. I've seen businesses crashed into. This is kind of a regular experience, and I've actually just only been here for a year since moving from Raleigh. After these incidents, I was inspired to create the traffic camera project that some of you are aware of. I just wanted to talk about some of the quick facts of things that I've witnessed and recorded. 2/3 of drivers are generally speeding. We actually had a top speed of 98 miles per hour. It's 35-mile-an-hour zone there. We've not had a day where the top speed was below 66 miles per hour, and the average number of reckless speeders a day is over 200. This is just on my little block of Roxborough, which is within a third of a mile of a school zone and the main library. But I think any resident could probably tell you that these circumstances are not unique to my area. They exist throughout that corridor and throughout our streets in Durham. So I'm hopeful that we're going to make some progress. I'm happy that we have a Vision Zero coordinator, but the really important thing is at some point putting some action to that. So I hope that you will fund what's necessary to make that corridor safer. I believe everybody deserves access to a safe transportation network in our city, regardless of how they live, work, or move throughout our city. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us.
Hi, I am Alex with Revolutionary Communists of America, and I'm here speaking on behalf of meeting the demands of the city workers.
Sir, would you suspend just for a second? Is Scott Carter here? All right. All right. Alex, did you fill out the card?
Yes. Alex Mitchell Schwartz.
Okay, I think I do remember calling your name. Just stand by. We'll get you, I promise you. Thank you. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, I'm Scott Carter, and I'm a member of the City County Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Rist and Caballero for their service as liaisons to BPAC. I'm here to advocate for the Transportation Department, capital improvement plan list. There are a lot of important projects on there, and we really like to see them funded. I was on BPAC about 10 years ago for 8 years, and there were a number of projects that were on the list back then, and I've just been on BPAC now for 2 years after a break, and many of those projects are still there and not completed, and some of them not funded yet. Not to say there haven't been a lot of projects that we've completed and are now usable, so that's great, but I just feel like we need to pick up the pace and do more of these projects and do them faster. I started advocating for myself and my family when I was a bike commuter, and now I really want to see some of these projects get done for my 3 grandkids that live in Durham, and hopefully they'll be able to take advantage of them. We can't depend on resurfacing projects by NCDOT and the city as our only way to get new sidewalks and new striping for bike lanes. We really need to take the projects that are on this list and make a capital investment in those in order to get ahead of the game here. We've been, it feels like to me, in a reactive mode. BPAC had a retreat recently. We looked at Minneapolis as a city that's in the top 10 in the country, and I know that there are some elected officials that might be traveling to Minneapolis this summer. And when you do, please take a good hard look at the bicycle, pedestrian, transit infrastructure that's there. It's really amazing. So please support this list. Help make Durham greener, safer, healthier, cheaper, denser, more equitable, more attractive to tourists, more livable, and more fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alex Mitchell Schwartz, you're next. Sorry about the mix-up. My bad.
Sorry about that. Hi, I am Alex with Revolutionary Communists of America, and I am here speaking on behalf of meeting the demands of the city workers, which are a minimum wage of $25 an hour, flat equal annual pay raises for all, ending unfair merit pay system, classifying solid waste workers, affordable housing for all, training pay, and no increase to health insurance costs. They and all other workers deserve not just a living wage, but a thriving wage, and all of these basic human rights. The bare minimum for a 2-parent household to raise 2 children in Durham is $25.65 an hour. That's a bare minimum, and workers deserve more than the bare minimum to survive when they make the whole city run. According to the final city budget of the fiscal year of 2023 to 2024, which you can find online, Durham has a general fund of almost $78 million for the police force, as well as over $1 million in grant funds. And there is a proposed 10% raise in funding from 2023 to 2024. Why? The police do not protect us. It is the sanitation workers, the hospital workers, and the rest of our underpaid city workers who keep the wheels of this city turning. Personally, as someone who grew up in Durham, I feel less safe because of the police. This is the most obvious example of where to cut funding, but looking at this document shows that the city workers are being stiffed while we invest in areas far less or sometimes completely unimportant. We need to prioritize. Without our health departments, sanitization workers, solid waste management, what do you think our lives would be like?
Thank you for being with us. Eric Lanfried. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Eric Lanfried. At last year's public hearing, I spoke about the need for a Vision Zero action plan and a Vision Zero coordinator. The action plan will hopefully be developed soon, and thanks to the funding approved by this body in the current year's budget, the city hired the fabulous Lauren Grove as its first Vision Zero coordinator. This year, my request is that the focus be on delivering the projects that will help lead to 0 fatalities and serious injuries on Durham's roadways. In addition to the Vision Zero action plan, the city will be updating its bike walk plan, planning changes to streets through the city and state's resurfacing programs, and designing improvements, many improvements for people walking, biking, and using transit throughout the city. There's a lot going on, which is great. Good planning and design is important, but it's all for naught if these projects cannot be delivered in a timely fashion. As a longtime transportation advocate in the city, the #1 question I hear from people is, why does it take so long to get things done in Durham? Some projects, like new sidewalks and bike lanes along Cornwallis Road and Maureen Road, have been in the works for over 20 years and still have not entered construction. Paying staff fair and competitive wages is critical. Not only is it the right thing to do for the city's employees, it will allow city departments to hire qualified staff to fill key vacancies to deliver these projects. But this is just a starting point. If we're going to reach Vision Zero, or any of the other important outcomes the city has identified around equity and sustainability, it will require sustained effort and honest conversations. I'm very encouraged that city staff and this council have begun to identify how to break down the barriers to delivering transportation projects on time and on budget, and know that there are a lot of people in this community and a lot of people in this room who are ready and eager to help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next 5 speakers, and I ask that you would queue up to my right: Nancy Lauer, John Hodges-Koppel, I believe this is Michelle Gallin or Nowlin, Ryan Harris, and the name simply Fernandez. Starting with Nancy Lauer. Thank you all for being with us. You'll each have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Lauer. I'm a staff scientist with the Duke Environmental Law and Policy Clinic, and I'm making these comments on behalf of our local nonprofit, Don't Waste Durham. In September 2023, the State General Assembly preempted local governments from reducing waste through the regulation of single-use plastics. This development was a blow to cities in North Carolina who bear responsibility for implementing and paying for waste management, but now have limited tools in their toolbox to reduce the generation of that waste in the first place. While the preemption is an unfortunate obstacle, it does not have to stymie the city of Durham from making meaningful strides in reducing the city's waste. The 2024-2025 fiscal year budget and the 2025-2030 fiscal year capital improvement plan provide an opportunity for the city to fund personnel and infrastructure dedicated to reuse and waste reduction, which will not only reduce waste being sent to Sampson County landfill, but will also create opportunities for green workforce development. I urge the city to take this opportunity to fund 3 items. First, the city should invest in an expansive wash facility that can collect, wash, sanitize, and return reusable dishware to entities such as Durham schools, restaurants, government departments, the convention center, the athletic park, and others. Second, the city should fund a position for a program manager who would work with local retailers and restaurants to voluntarily reduce their waste footprint. Third, the city should fund a permanent reuse hub manager position in the city's solid waste management department to continue momentum for the development of the reuse hub, a consortium of reuse infrastructure and entrepreneurs focused on creating a more circular economy here in Durham. Thank you for considering these recommendations and for your service to the people of Durham.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is John Hodges-Koppel, and I live 1 block from Gregson Street. At the most recent Durham Chapel Hill Carborough MPO meeting, Duke and Gregson Streets were shown to be the corridor with the highest safety risk in the region. They were also shown to be well under capacity, meaning making them safer won't affect access. Our neighborhood, along with many others, is calling for the city to act with more urgency, providing the funds needed to quickly design safer streets, quickly engage the community on these designs, and quickly implement the designs, just as every plan ever done for Central Durham, for the city, and for the region has always recommended. On tonight's consent agenda, you accepted 7 miles of new streets into the city system, something you do a lot, and I'm sure that Kindness Lane and Sweet Cream Court will be great additions to our city network. But if we can maintain them, surely we can maintain streets like Mangum, Duke, Gregson, and Vickers, where speeding is rampant and crashes are frequent, if that's what it takes. Mangum, Duke, Gregson, and Vickers combined total about 6 miles, so less than you took in tonight. Please act with urgency by committing the funds needed in the fiscal year 25 budget and the CIP to finally address all of these safe streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about budget priorities for the coming fiscal year. My name is Michelle Nolan. I'm the co-director of the Environmental Law and Policy Clinic at Duke, and I'm here representing Don't Waste Durham, a local nonprofit that creates solutions that prevent trash. As you may recall, we've been working with the Solid Waste Management Department and a subcommittee of council over the past several years to research the impacts of plastic pollution on the city's waters, neighborhoods, and economy. Our proposal to City Council was thwarted by General Assembly's preemption of local government authority to take certain measures to reduce the production of waste in communities last fall. But we are not discouraged. Waste is a significant environmental justice concern in our community and around the state, and it's too important for us to give up on this topic. Many routes remain available, and so I'm here to ask for your support in 3 specific budget requests that are essential to the goal of reducing waste. The first involves our local businesses. 95% of local businesses we surveyed want to reduce plastic waste. They will save money on purchasing and on waste disposal in doing so. To help this, we propose the creation of an incentive and marketing program modeled on the Ocean Friendly Establishment Program, which has more than 300 businesses enrolled and is interested in expanding in upstream communities. We request funding to bring this program to Durham. Secondly, we request money for a large centralized wash facility to help restaurants, public schools, and other businesses switch from disposables to reusable dining materials. This is modeled on our Don't Waste Durham's popular Green to Go program, the expansion of which is constrained by limited washing capacity and facilities. Finally, we support the Division of Solid Waste Management request to add a reuse hub manager position to help build momentum and support entrepreneurs working to create a more circular and equitable economy.
Thank you so much for being with us.
This is my first time speaking in public, so forgive me if I sound rushed. I could have probably been more prepared, but I'd like to keep my message pretty simple, and it usually comes from the heart. It's easier to get it out. My name is Ryan Harris. I serve this community, I serve the city as a police officer. I've served it for 15 years. I've been proud. I very much hold myself to a very high standard as a police officer, and I've been very fortunate for the past 2 years to be a recruiter for my department. As you can imagine, my job is demanding and the tasks are extreme. Being a police officer, I just would like for people to envision in their mind and in their idea having a loved one, someone you genuinely care about, someone that is very close to you, having the worst day of their life, someone who's dealing with a tragedy that you can't imagine. The first person that they're going to see, the first person to respond to that emergency, to that tragedy of their life, is going to be a uniformed police officer. Whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a police officer is going to respond, and they're going to be there for you. And when they get there for you, you want the best. You want the absolute best police officer that this city can provide, the best that we can afford. And my job is to go out there and find that talent, look for that best officer you can possibly find. And I take pride in being able to do that. But I want to ask you, before I step away from this, I'm currently offering for that position $43,000 a year. That's what I'm offering. That's what the best we have to offer is right now. And what I ask is, what is it worth to you? What is it worth to you to know that a loved one that you have is going to have a police officer respond? What is that person going to be worth to you? To be technically and tactically proficient, the need to be physically fit, mentally capable, and have the responsibility and the maturity to make responsible decisions based off of limited information. How important is that to you? It's important to me. It's important to my loved ones. I've been fortunate because as a citizen of Durham, I have been able to have police officers respond. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm also an officer with the Durham Police Department. This city council decided to pay a company to be told the same thing that the police and fire department have stated, that we are severely underpaid. At the budget retreat, it was determined that the, quote, livable wage for Durham is $40,726. This number was based on a one-bedroom apartment with up to 3 people living together, and I would respectfully like to inquire where this data was collected from and who would consider this suitable living in Durham. In 2023, HUD stated the following would be considered as a low-income household: for one person at $56,650, 2 people at $64,750, and 3 people at $72,850. As my coworker just said, the starting salary for a police recruit is $43,000. Therefore, a single recruit living in Durham would be considered low income. And you quote a city policy that all fire and police salaries will be greater than or equal to the annual rate of living wage, but we have yet to see you uphold these promises. The vicious cycle of being overworked and underpaid creates an increased rate of burnout among officers and a dangerous environment for not just the officers, but also the public. So of course people don't feel safe because we are operating under 40% staffing for officers on the street. As I stated in a previous session, this is a business. Investing in our police department by providing competitive wages will not only attract and retain top talent, but also improve morale, job satisfaction among our officers. And this in turn will lead to a more effective and efficient police force that can better serve and protect our community. I urge the City Council to prioritize the issue of underpaid officers and take the necessary steps to increase our wages. Show your support for those who put their lives on the line every day. Ensure that we are fairly compensated for the invaluable service we provide to your city. And it is time for this City Council to wake up and stop putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 5 speakers, I'm going to ask our next 5 speakers to please cue to my right: Gregory Williams, John Talmadge, Roger Lafferty, Allison Simpson, and Desmara Gatewood. Welcome to all of you. You'll each have 2 minutes. Thank you for being with us. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is Gregory Williams, and I'm honored to stand before you tonight as the advocacy campaign organizer for Bike Durham. Before I get started, I'd like to take a second to thank our amazing transit workers, both those in attendance and those who couldn't make it tonight on Transit Worker Appreciation Day. That said, I will be speaking in favor of fare free transit. Over the past month, I've had the privilege of engaging with many—
Hey, Greg, I'm sorry. Would you pull back just a little bit? Yeah, the sweet spot is maybe 2 inches from where you were. Yeah.
Over the past month—
Lean in just a little more. Just lean in. Yeah, just lean. You can get a little closer, but it's not as close.
Okay, it says not to touch it.
Yeah, just give him 5 more seconds, please.
Thank you. I've had the privilege of engaging with many different people in our community. These are some of the most eye-opening stories that stuck with me. The first is from a man I spoke with who told me of the profound impact that fare-free bus rides have on his ability to support his sister. He highlighted that the freedom from financial constraints allows him to be there for her whenever she needs him, ensuring that their family support system is not hindered by money. Another individual, a veteran, expressed how the bus serves as his lifeline for navigating our town. The elimination of fares has significantly eased his transportation challenges, especially when attending vital appointments at the VA. I also had the privilege of hearing from a dedicated worker who relies on the bus to take her children to and from daycare and then commute to and from work. For her, the absence of fares translates directly to more money each month, which she can allocate to provide for her family. This highlights the real-world impact that accessible transportation has on the financial well-being of our community. And it's not just in our city limits that the impact is felt. Over 50% of those surveyed by Bike Durham use the greater Go Triangle system to travel between cities in the Triangle. This underscores the interconnectedness and importance of a robust, accessible transit system that reaches beyond our immediate community. We have an excellent opportunity to show our support for transit staff and the citizens of Durham alike by reflecting the values we've expressed tonight in next year's fiscal budget and capital improvement plan. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and have a great evening.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Madam Manager. John Talmadge. I'm a resident of Old West Durham and Executive Director of Bike Durham. Bike Durham has 3 asks of the Council and the Manager for consideration in this year's budget. The first is to maintain fare-free transit. The second is to fund the full set of recommendations from the city's transportation department. And the third is to accelerate projects by funding the staff, fair wages, and also the positions that are needed to deliver additional projects. And those are across multiple departments, as you know. In particular, in the city transportation department's memo, I want to draw attention to the work that they're doing to accelerate the design for the repaving projects, both that the city brings forward through the Public Works, as well as the State Department of Transportation. It's the easiest way for us to get safer streets for people walking and for people biking by making sure that every time we're repaving, that we're taking advantage to shorten crossing distances on streets to make space for people biking where it makes sense, and getting ahead of each of those opportunities by doing the engagement, doing the design ahead of time means we could take advantage of things like Roxborough and Mangum streets. We can take advantage in the future of Duke and Gregson streets, and all of the miles that get funded through the city's repaving and NCDOT's repaving each year. There's a lot of great other investments in sidewalks, bicycle facilities, safer crossing and signals, all in that Transportation Department recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor Williams, City Council, and everyone that's here watching and listening. My name is Roger Lafferty. I've been with the department, Durham Police Department for 15 years. I'm currently a sergeant in the recruiting unit and a board member with the Durham Fraternal Order of Police. This past September, I spoke before you all virtually about bonuses in our pay. At that time, we had 146 vacancies. Since September, we have lost 20 more sworn officers and now up to 166 vacancies, not counting the current recruits. I'm now here before you yet again pleading to you all for fair pay for Durham City police officers, firefighters, and all Durham workers across the board. Currently, in my personal opinion, we are in a staffing crisis right now. Our staffing numbers have dwindled. Some people have left for other agencies while others have retired. A good majority of the people who come here use Durham as a training opportunity. Once they earn their certificate, they're moving on to the next department that pays just a little bit better, and there's plenty of them to choose from. Bumping up our starting salary is a good start, but you also have to be mindful and acknowledge that we are losing veteran officers. We are still losing very good officers, officers with rank and good amount of time and experience under their belt. I've been working since I was 14 years old. Through various jobs, I've been in public safety in one form or another for just over 26 years. I have never had to fight so hard for something so simple, which is fair pay, something that we all deserve and work so hard for. With all these major corporations coming into Durham, buildings going up left and right, people moving here in droves, how do we not have the money to pay our employees a fair and competitive wage? A fast-growing city like Durham should be an honorable place to work with competitive pay to the cities and communities surrounding it. Having a career as police officers and firefighters, we all knew we weren't going to get rich. That's not why we're in this profession, but we shouldn't have to work extra jobs to try to get by and pay our bills and support our families. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us.
Hi, my name's Allison Simpson. Safe streets has become a passion of mine, but not by choice. My husband, Matt Simpson, was killed in front of myself and our 2 young children on a family bike ride home from the Museum of Life and Science. Matt was violently hit and killed by a speeding car that ran the red light and never stopped on the West Ellerby Creek Trail crossing at Guest Road. It has been my mission that I keep Matt's memory alive and do what I can to ensure our streets are safe for everyone. Please support investment in safe streets and fare free transit, to demonstrate your commitment to eliminate all traffic fatalities and serious injuries while increasing safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all. To demonstrate this commitment, I ask for the support of the continuation of fare-free Go Durham and Go Durham Access services, support funding for the entire list of the Transportation Department infrastructure projects, plus design and engagement on Duke and Gregson and Vickers, and accelerate the completion of projects by investing in staff and streamlining the project delivery process. Number 4 on the list of infrastructure projects include trail crossing improvements. Number 6 on the list is pedestrian and bicycle improvements on Guest Road. Matt was hit at a trail crossing and on Guest Road. It will be 2 years in July since Matt was killed.
Soon, our 3-year-old daughter will have been alive longer without her dad than with him, a thought I can almost not bear. I'm not sure where things stand, but the intersection remains the same since Matt was hit. I have seen so many close calls occur where Matt was hit. I even witnessed drivers speeding and running red lights when putting out Matt's ghost bike to honor him. Providing funding and ensuring completion is accelerated is imperative so no one else gets seriously hurt or killed. Thank you.
Thank you. And may his memory be a blessing. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Desmond Gatewood. I am a daughter of Durham. I was born at Durham General Hospital. I went to Glenn Elementary School, E.K. Poe Elementary School, and Durham School of the Arts, and went to NCCU, so I've got quite a pedigree. All right? Wait a minute, don't take my time off. I do want to say, though, that I hear a lot about crime prevention. Now, it is debatable whether funding police officers does, in fact, prevent crime, but it is indisputable that alleviating poverty does prevent crime. So back to that Durham legacy, one thing that has always annoyed me is the romanticization of the Black Wall Street and the erasure of the Black worker. Because what you may not understand is that without the Black worker, James E. Shepard would not have been able to found NCCU, okay? Mechanics and Farmers Bank would not be able to keep running if you didn't have the person who was treating the wastewater. We wouldn't have these places like W.D. Hill if you didn't have the city workers that were there educating these children as part-time jobs. So you have to actually raise these salaries. And you mentioned your fraternity, Mr. Williams. Well, one of my favorite fraternity members of yours is the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who spent his last days advocating for city workers in Memphis right before he was assassinated. So if we're going to honor that legacy, if we're going to honor the legacy of Black Durham, we have to honor the legacy of all of Black Durham and the Black city workers who are here right now asking for a livable wage. It's going to be their children who you're going to lock up if they turn to a life of crime, which is also related to the bloated out-of-school suspension rates in Durham. So if you want to prevent crime, you need to start on the front end and understand that people's quality of life has a direct correlation to the life that they end up leading. Please pay city workers, listen to UE 150. Thank you to the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and all the Black people that make Durham what it is.
Thank you. Our next 5 speakers I'm going to invite to come up. Our next 5 speakers are Julie Messina, Virginia Hartman, Mary Rose Fontana, Elisa Johnson, and John Wagstaff Jr. Good evening and welcome to each of you. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. You've got a lot of weighty issues. Sorry, I'm Julie Messina. I'm here representing Durham Parks Foundation and also South Durham, sort of, but also just wider Durham and the parks and trail systems. So like I was saying, you've got a lot of weighty issues ahead of you when looking at this budget, but also I think one thing that we can agree on is that there is room in any budget for ensuring that there are going to be laughter, smiles, time in nature with loved ones for all of Durham to enjoy. So specifically, I'm asking for funding, $5.5 million for the Long Meadow and East End parks. There has been quite a legacy of these parks of division, and this is a great opportunity to bring them together. There's also, the pool there is no longer functioning, and so they've had to close that down, and the Durham Parks and Rec are looking to relocate that, and that would be a fantastic opportunity for lots of joy, cooling off in the summertime, but also avoiding the safety hazards of potentially going someplace besides a pool. For example, going to the Eno Quarry, and so many accidents can happen there. So these children and families need an opportunity to learn how to swim and do it in a safe space. The second space that I'd like to advocate for is the Roxborough Rail Trail. So $2.5 million to partner with the county for federal funding to acquire a rail corridor. This can add miles of fun, miles of health and safety protected from cars. And these funds can create some of the things that we value most as humans: fun, safety, and health. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Virginia Whitman, and good evening, council members. It may feel easy to dismiss the labor held by our most underpaid city workers because it often goes invisibly. I urge you to shift how you view and value these critical roles. We are not safe if our young people don't have safe public places to play. We are not safe if there are heaps of trash polluting our living spaces, or we are not safe if there are no usable sidewalks, crosswalks, or roads. These so-called support roles are the lifeblood of our city, and they're absolutely essential to all of our lives. We need their precious work to actually be valued appropriately by this council so the people who serve our city are able to live in this city. Please increase their wages to the housing and urban development mandated actual fair housing wage, which would be $27 an hour to afford Durham. Sanitation, you know what happens when we don't have waste disposal? It's a public health crisis. Trash buildup can draw mass amounts of pests, which require toxic chemicals to manage or eradicate. It can contaminate the ground and waterways and contribute to the ongoing crisis of microplastics pollution. Sanitation workers are extremely precious. They should be valued both for the difficulty and risk associated with their labor, as well as for the precious role they play in keeping our city clean and healthy. Parks offer much-needed green spaces which decrease heat absorption and mitigate pollution. They provide free recreation spaces for people of all ages, and consistent access to safe, free recreation spaces is strongly correlated to decreased risk of interpersonal violence in young people. There is significant clinical evidence that spending time in natural spaces can not only improve cognition, extend attention span, and even lessen depressive symptoms. We must care for these spaces. We must value the people who care for these spaces. Public works cover everything from streets, road maintenance, pothole repair, sewer and water quality management, snow removal, stormwater drainage, street cleaning. These people deserve to.
Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for being with us.
Hello, my name is Mary Fontana. I live at 809 Cook Road in Durham. Thank you, Mayor Williams and City Council for allowing me to speak today. I'm calling on the council to continue to invest in safe streets and fare-free transit. As an environmental engineer, I highly encourage everyone I meet to use public transit, walk, or bike whenever possible to reduce pollution and promote healthy lifestyles. However, for a significant portion of Durham residents, this isn't a choice. They rely on buses and safe infrastructure as an essential service. Of Go Durham's ridership, about 80% of riders would qualify for free or reduced fare. Attempting to introduce bus fares, thereby including them in revenue projections, when 80% of riders would not contribute to this revenue stream, isn't economically smart. We need to find other reliable sources of revenue to continue to fund fare-free transit for the majority of transit riders who rely upon it. Additionally, continuing fare-free transit has encouraged new bus ridership for those who would have otherwise used a car. Encouraging people to not use personal vehicles can reduce pollution, wear and tear on our roads, and traffic-related crashes, injuries, and fatalities, all of which reduce future city spending. Regardless of which mode of transportation you use, each trip begins and ends with walking. However, out of all the various sidewalk projects planned throughout the city, only one project is actively under construction. We need to fund the Transportation Department's infrastructure projects, including current sidewalk projects, bike projects, and the two-way conversions of Mangum, Roxborough, and Duke, Rex, and Vickers. We need to accelerate the completion of these projects by investing in city employees through competitive wages and additional positions, and by streamlining the project delivery process. I'll submit the rest of these in written comments. So I encourage the City Council to develop a budget that invests in its citizens, its staff, its infrastructure, and its essential services so that we can continue to see our great city grow and prosper.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. My name is Elisa Johnson, and I am the chair of Durham Neighborhoods United, a community organization formed to address the issues caused by Duke's off-campus fraternities, student living, and athletic groups. I ask you to make filling the police positions and paying officers a competitive wage priorities in the city budget. As you may know, Durham has a problem with student party houses and has had for many years. Our organization reached out to the Durham Police Department for help, and they helped us. In 2019, they created the Disruptive Student Party House program for Districts 2, 3, and 5. This program works with residents to lessen the number and frequency of parties and to help bridge the divide between students and residents. It also lets neighbors meet and get to know the officers who respond. For those of us who live next to these disruptive houses, this program has made a huge difference, and we depend on it. But we've seen the impact that officer shortages have had on it. Slower response times, officers unfamiliar with the program called in from other areas. We love this program, and we know that if staffing shortages continue, we could lose it. This is an example of what we have seen our police officers do for our city. We need more of them, and they need better pay. For the sake of our city, please give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wagstaff, as you prepare to deliver your comments, I want to ask if Regina Mays and Colleen Bolblitz would line up, and that should take us right to our 9 p.m. required break. Once again, Regina Mays and Colleen Bolblitz, if you would line up. Thank you so much. You have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, John Wagstaff, Jr. I come before you as a resident and a police supervisor on the front line. No, I plead to you tonight that you prioritize public safety staffing. Today, we have at least 166 police officer operational vacancies. No, that's 165. One quit today. Let's be generous and assume we yield all 38 recruits currently in some phase of training and no one leaves or retires before then. That would bring us to 407 of the 535 positions filled. That's fewer than the 412 we had in 2004 when the city of Durham population was 100,000 less. The 2016 IACP Operations and Management Study of the Durham Police Department recommended increasing authorized sworn staff to 563 and maintaining minimal operational sworn staffing at 532. It is now 2024, and we're nearly 200 officers short of the 2016 recommendation. This is unacceptable, and it's our most vulnerable residents who are bearing the greatest burden. We are losing very good officers who would have preferred to stay in Durham but left for other agencies because they could not hold out any longer. They couldn't see a light at the end of the tunnel, and this is not for a lack of trying by our chief. Every surrounding city boasts a higher starting salary. Meanwhile, in Durham, officers and their family face a risk-reward ratio that does not add up. Everyone is extremely overworked. Our academy classes are struggling to graduate 10 recruits, the quality of which pales in comparison to 6 years ago. Meanwhile, residents express wanting more police and more enforcement to those of us on the front line, but the prevailing narrative, especially in this room, is otherwise, and the cops are stuck in the middle. We didn't get here overnight, but we're allowing it to remain as bad as it is when we don't have to. This city has the money, but has not prioritized public safety staffing. Higher salaries are the short-term solution, and they must be because it's about preservation of life and property today, not tomorrow, not 5 years from now, and black and brown residents know that the best. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and all representatives. Regina Mays, Durham resident. First, I want to start off by saying thank you for all the police officers that come out to my community after a shooting. Thank you to all the fire department that come out when we have bullets lodged in air-conditioned systems and other electronic or electrical systems. Thank you for all first responders that come out to what is known as underserved poverty communities like mine, where most of my neighbors don't have the strength to come in and speak to city council. So I sign up to do so. As I stand here this evening, I not only support the wage increase, but I also ask for the support of the Office of Survivor Care. Though I have not had any of my biological children die in these streets, I know many that have. I've held their hands. I received the phone calls. I received the phone calls of city, county employees being evicted. And I don't work for anybody. I don't get anybody's salary. I don't have any benefits from anybody. I'm still fighting to keep my lights on as I receive these calls, because we've been recognized as community leaders. A lot of people like to use that word, but they don't really want to let us lead. So I stand here for all that tonight. And as I dodge out this door, is not to be not personable, it's because I'm trying to get home to my 11-year-old. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Boblitz, and I'm an environmental scientist and Durham resident here in support of Bike Durham's calls for this year's budget. I'd like to ask the council to continue to invest in safe streets and fare-free transit by funding continuation of fare-free Go Durham and Go Durham access services, the entire list of the Transportation Department infrastructure projects, plus design and engagement on Duke and Gregson and Vickers, acceleration of the completion of projects by investing in staff through competitive wages and additional positions, and streamlining the delivery process. I love our city in part because so many community events and amenities can be within a walkable and bikeable distance, given it's safe to travel as a pedestrian. I'd like to ask the council to support transit improvements as a major tool in our local arsenal for fighting air pollution and climate change. This winter was the first time in recorded history that there was no snowfall recorded at RDU. So it's crucial to take whatever action we can as soon as possible, like supporting transit improvements. Toward that aim, and appropriately on Transit Employee Day, I'm supporting working conditions for city workers following the UE 150 demands, in addition to providing support for additional staff positions in the transit department, because an expedient path to accomplishing their projects means that we can be safe while traveling and more generally enjoying our wonderful city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Thanks to all of our speakers that have spoken thus far, and those of you who are waiting patiently. We will be in recess until 9:10 p.m. Thank you. We're in recess.
Recording stopped.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to call the next 5 names. What was that name? Danielle Doman. All right, next I have Danielle Doman. Robert Gaddy. Annette Love. Joseph Westbrook. And Touche Howard. Oh. Test it. Oh, okay. That's why you all were looking at me like that. I look in the audience, everyone is like this. I'm like, okay, listen, I know it's budget hearing, but one moment. Okay, am I live now? Okay, good. All right, I'm going to call those names again for the public. Danielle Doman, Robert Gaddy, Annette Love, Joseph Westbrook, and Touche Howard. Right, you have 2 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Danielle Doman. I live in Walltown, and I'm here as part of a group of neighbors from Walltown, East End, East Durham, Lyon Park, and Northgate Park to speak on behalf of the $5 million in the budget for starting to clean up the parks from lead and other contamination. You know, in the olden days, they used to put trash incinerators in black and brown neighborhoods, and that's how they did it. And then in the 50s, it was in fashion to turn those old dump sites into parks, because that's how they did it. And when they look back on this moment 20, 30 years from now, what are they going to say about how we addressed it once we knew? We know better. We know that there's dangerous toxics in the park. And what are they going to look back and say? $5 million is a start. We're happy to see that it's making its way into the budget. But we know from our neighbors up the street in Greensboro, their work on Bingham Park, that up to $35 million per park will be needed. And so $5 million, again, good start, but we have to commit to a multi-year funding plan that is including a lot more funds in future years. And we look forward to working together with you on that. I'm also in support of small area plans that are in the budget to help and provide community input into what the Northgate site is going to look like, to incorporate community priorities of jobs and affordable housing, real affordable housing that's affordable for residents of Walltown and surrounding areas. And I thank you for including both of those things in the budget and look forward to working with you on both of those.
Thank you. Get the little guy home.
Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem, and other distinguished members of Durham City Council. I am Robert Gaddy, the president of Durham County Fraternal Order of Police number 2. I'm also representing over 500 dedicated members. As a retired police officer here in the city of Durham with more than 30 years of service, lifelong resident, and a person who's raised his kids here, I've witnessed the importance of retaining talented officers within our department. The Durham City Police Department faces a significant challenge in losing experienced officers to smaller agencies like Cary, Apex, Wake Forest, Hillsborough, and many others. These agencies often offer more competitive salaries, benefits, making it difficult for us to retain our best and our brightest. The impact of losing these officers is just not considerable, but it's alarming. It significantly affects the morale of our remaining officers and results in the constant drain of our time and resources as we lose those officers to other agencies for better or more opportunities. The cycle of attrition is a severe drain on our department's resources and capabilities. To address this issue, we must prioritize competitive compensation for our officers. The compensation and classification studies are not just essential, they are crucial in guiding our discussions, ensuring that we offer competitive salaries and benefits compared to our neighboring agencies. This is not just about retaining officers, it's about investing in the safety and well-being of our community. Having lived here in Durham and raised a family, I value well-experienced and dedicated police force. Experienced officers bring valuable knowledge and skills to the workplace, and they're better equipped to handle the more complex challenges of modern-day policing. Please consider the long-term benefits of retaining our talented officers and prioritize this in the 24-25 budget.
Thank you. Next, Reverend Love.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. I'm here this evening to talk about needing an Office of Survivor Care. It may not mean much for you because you may not have lost a loved one, meaning a daughter or son. That hits very, very differently when we're talking about survivors' care. I'm in this on a regular basis because I have to be with families that's lost their loved ones to gun violence. I hear the cries. I see the pain, and it's enough. We've got to do something. We've got to have people in place that can follow our families from start to finish. The Religious Coalition does that, but we need this office to be in place so that they can work with us and we can work with them, we can work with our families to make sure they get what they need. If you've never been hurt by the death of your son or your daughter, you will not understand the pain that these families suffer. It is true we have the police officers, but as you heard that their numbers have gone down. But we have a whole city that can do this. You have this budget. You were voted to hold these offices. The money belongs to the city of Durham because we buy things, we pour into the city. You have the privilege of managing it for us. We expect you to do a good job in doing that and helping the families that's lost their loved ones to this violence. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of that. But we have to still make sure our families are taken care of. We can't just support them for 1 minute.
Thank you, Reverend Love.
We have to support them always.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Joe Westbrook. First, I want to thank the City of Durham for allowing me to start my firefighting career here. After 11 years, I realized it was more beneficial for me and my family if I continued my career elsewhere. As you guys have heard for a while now, a lot of people are behind in pay, and I was no different. The pay studies that I was around for both went the same way. Results say you should make X, but we can't afford that, so here's what we are going to do, and it's still a raise. I'd accepted that we were just never going to make what we were supposed to based off user service and rank. After sitting in a retirement meeting, I learned that as an employee coming into the city after 2008, that my retirement insurance was way different than those who came before and wanted to understand more. What I found through a lot of phone calls to retirees and those with a considerable amount of service was that prior to 2008, the City of Durham had an unprecedented retirement insurance policy. But in 2008, that changed, and it was decided that $35 a check would be put into an account and 2% would be taken from us to go into the same one. When you retired, you were on your own to go into the open market. What I found interesting was that the city acknowledged the increase in insurance premiums in our benefits booklets, yet has done nothing in the last 15, coming up on 16 years to the amounts going into those accounts. I also contacted those who had left to join other departments to see what their experiences were and what their benefits were like. By doing so, I learned of nearby departments that provided good pay and paid for or significantly assisted with retirement insurance, which played a huge role in my decision to leave Durham. I could no longer sit around waiting for another pay and benefits study that was probably going to produce the same results as I mentioned earlier. Durham once had the best all-around benefits package. While what they offer is pretty good, it is no longer the best, and as we all know, the pay is definitely not. My plea to council is that you guys understand the information that has been presented to you guys before tonight and coming in the future. And, and the importance of getting these men and women the pay and benefits that they deserve and the impact your decisions can have on this department and this city.
Thank you. Thank you, Touche. Thank you so much. All right, as he's getting ready for show and tell, I'm going to call up the next five, Brittany Price, Henry Rice. Yeah, Brittany Price, Henry Rice, Jonathan Lice, Mike Sistrom, and Molly Flo. Let's have them right going on. I want to call those names again because it sounds cool. No, that wasn't a joke. Yes, that really is the order. Sure.
Good evening. My name is Touche Howard. Thank you for getting my name right, by the way. And I've been with the Durham Fire Department for over 20 years, where I'm currently a captain. Clearly, you all have a very challenging job trying to balance what's best for the citizens versus the best value for the taxpayer. One of the values that you provide residents is a world-class fire department that trains very hard to be ready for all sorts of emergencies, including, unfortunately, gun violence, which in the city of Durham is approaching a civilian casualty rate not too much less than some war zones. Not only do our firefighters respond to gun violence incidents, they're also working very hard through a division that Captain Elaine Towner manages to provide stop the bleed training and CPR training that empowers the community members to take action on their own when, before our responders can get there. That's just one example of how our firefighters work to protect the community. And I think that's something that gets lost when pay issues are discussed, which is fundamentally our firefighters truly care about this community. Now, I know that you've got a pay study in progress. The graph down here shows basically what's happened over time with our starting pay, our hourly starting pay versus the Durham living wage. Our starting pay is in red. From about 2003 to 2017, on average, our starting pay was 2% higher than the living wage. But since 2017, it's slowly degraded to the point where it's been devalued approximately 20%. And that's, one of the reasons challenges manifested by losing over half of the recruits from our academy. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right, the next, all right, thank you all so much for the claps again, just a reminder. Keep it snapping so we can keep it moving. The next five names, I have Brittany Price, Henry Rice, Jonathan Lice, Mike Sistrom, and Molly Flo.
Hi, I'm Brittany Price. I live at 1213 North Mangum Street. I'm here today to ask that you use our budget to compensate city workers at a thriving wage, reclassify solid waste workers, and meet all of UE 150's other demands. To afford a one-bedroom apartment in Durham, our lowest paid workers should be earning almost 33% more than we currently pay them. And this doesn't even touch how much it costs to support a family and enjoy your life. We must afford our workers the basic dignity of being able to live in the city that I ask that you center dignity in other aspects of this budget too. Dignity for pedestrians and cyclists and bus riders, dignity for people who use wheelchairs on our sidewalks, committing to fare-free public transportation in the future, and ensuring that no one has to wait for the bus in a ditch along East Club or Dearborn. It means expediting making our most dangerous thoroughfares safer. I live on Mangum Street, and in the last week, I've seen a car speed the wrong way down Roxborough and have nearly been hit crossing with the light at a crosswalk. Centering dignity in the budget means allocating money towards ensuring our parks are lead-free and safe for our children, and ensuring that housing is affordable and available to all. It means vigorously pursuing the preventive measures against gun violence our neighbors demand and investing in an Office of Survivor Care. And it means continuing to increase funding so that the HEART team can expand a 24/7 service across our city. If we consider dignity for our lowest paid city workers in this upcoming budget, will go a long way toward building the Durham we all deserve. And lastly, I am curious about when the city will stop locking our neighbors out of City Hall during these meetings. Their voices are important in this conversation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Henry Rice. I'm a pediatric surgeon at Duke University, and I had the honor of co-leading the Prescriptions for Repair project with a number of other people in this room, staff from NCCU, and thanks again in partnership of the city for helping develop this. I had the honor last year of presenting some of the details of the results of this project, and I just want to amplify a couple of points for the upcoming budget negotiation and echo the powerful messages that I've heard tonight for the support for the Office of Survivor Care. One goal of our Prescriptions for Repair project was to test, will this program work and address needs in Durham? And in short, our evidence is very supportive that there is, the Office of Survivor Care is not only effective in addressing gaps in care, it's tremendously cost effective in the getting community-based volunteers to engage with victims harmed by gun violence in an enormously inexpensive way to address some of these gaps. I also want to offer my support from Duke University. We are thrilled to get the chance to partner with you in the future in support of an Office of Survivor Care. We would have developed platforms in collaboration with experts from NCCU, with people from Restorative Justice Durham, with people from the Religious Coalition, and we have a very powerful force that can work side by side with the staff. So thank you again.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Leese. And while I'm here speaking from the perspective of a firefighter, I know that these sentiments would be echoed by members of other city departments as well. Since the last budget hearing on June 20th, 2023, staffing at the Durham Fire Department has gotten even worse than it was before. Since then, 31 more firefighters have left, and that is nearly 10% of our frontline personnel that are now gone, 10% more. But why have so many people left even after the bonuses and knowing that a pay adjustment is coming this year? It is because, as a result of how past pay plans were implemented, many of our members have a profound lack of faith in the city's will or the city's ability to fully address our compensation. And I thank former firefighter Westbrook for bringing that up as part of his decision to leave and go to another department. In order to retain personnel, this pay adjustment needs to be implemented in a way that will help restore the faith of the city employees in this process. Here are 4 recommendations for ways to accomplish that. First, and this is really important, provide a competitive salary adjustment and also fund merit raises for this fiscal year. Compression is a major reason why firefighters and other employees are leaving. Firefighters remember that in the last 2 market adjustments in 2016 and 2022, the salary increase was funded instead of a merit raise. Repeating that will drive more firefighters away. Please fund both this year. Second, adopt the universal merit date for our pay plan, which will eliminate pay leapfrogging by junior members. Third, articulate a long-term vision for maintaining competitive wages, such as attaching the firefighter hourly rate to the city's minimum livable wage. Finally, restore Durham as a leader in employee benefits. Our employees are also leaving for better benefits, such as retiree health care.
Thank you. Mike Systrom.
Good evening. Thank you to Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I think any of us in this room would say thank you for your service, and we don't envy you the job of trying to wrestle all these budget priorities. My name is Mike Systrom. I'm a member of Durham CAN, from St. Philip's and a former member of the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. I was one of the principal authors of the Office of Survival Care proposal, along with Marcia Owens, who's here, and Muffin Hudson, and there are a few other task force members attending as well, and certainly listening in. A special thank you to Councilman Caballero for being one of our most dedicated liaisons throughout the entire task force process. Given the current council and mayor's repeated demonstrations of support for the Office of Survivor Care since last September, as well as the obvious widespread community support for it, the issue seems not to be if to create an Office of Survivor Care, but when to do it and how to do it. As to when, well, the city has clearly many pressing budget priorities, especially municipal payroll. The relatively modest expenditure of $220,000 for the OCS's first year is a frugal expenditure, and the sooner that OCS pilot can be launched, the sooner it can begin to fully function by the third year and be able to be assessed for its continuation. The total estimated budget for the Office of Survivor Care 3-year pilot is only a little over $1 million over 3 years. I would argue there are other less time-sensitive projects that could be deferred for this budget year to allow those resources to meet payroll and other demands. And certainly the former task force members, Durham, Can, and others who support creating an Office of Survivor Care are as equally committed to violence interruption and prevention. Both are worthy and complementary, and I'm confident we'll be sharing new proposals along those lines with the city and the county in the future. And as to the question of why the OCS should be housed within the Office of Community Safety, there are many arguments in our full proposal that lay out the logic of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Flo. I live at 924 Urban Avenue. I'm the president of the Trinity Park Neighborhood Association and also chair of its traffic committee, and I'm here in support of safe streets throughout Durham. I want to highlight one particular part of Bike Durham's 3 requests tonight, and that is funding to look at design of how to tame traffic on Duke and Gregson Street. I understand from a recent MPO analysis that Duke and Gregson Street have the worst safety profile of all the corridors studied. And so I'm asking that you urgently fund design and then fund implementation of safety improvements for those streets as soon as you can. I've lived between Duke and Gregson Street for 20 years, and I could tell you stories all night long of things that have happened or almost happened, including a recent save by a pair of sturdy shrubs. But that we know that those streets are not safe for any users of Duke and Gregson Street. It's not safe for drivers, not for city bus riders. There's several stops on those 2 streets. They're not safe for school bus riders, and certainly not for the many walkers who are crossing those streets, like kids on the way to Watts Elementary or teenagers on the way to Durham School of the Arts. So I'm asking that you do anything you can to accelerate work on Duke and Gregson Street and to add them to that list of transportation requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Pfeiffer Nicholson, Brianna Van Velsen, Susan Dunlap, Ruth Petra, and Donna Frederick. And if you all will, just make sure when you come up to the mic, you do state your name, because I get some right, I get some wrong. Just want to make sure we have it appropriate for the record.
Yeah, my name is a little bit strange. Thank you so much to the mayor pro temp, and the members of the city council for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Pfeiffer Nicholson, and I have been a resident in Durham, a place that has become my home for the last 5 years. I am also a graduating medical student from Duke and a future surgeon. As such, I have been and will continue to be someone committed to the care of those affected by bullet-related injury. Although I'm in agreement with many of the other speakers tonight, especially those calling for an increase in the minimum wage of Durham city workers, I'm here to particularly lend my voice in support of the Office for Survivor Care. I have come to know the stories of those directly affected by gun violence through my clinical experiences, as well as my work with the research collaboration between NCCU, Duke, and the city of Durham called the Prescriptions for Repair. You've heard it mentioned earlier tonight as well. In our study, survivors of gun violence and the loved ones of those killed expressed that there is a great need for more engagement with the Durham community in the form of practical resources, therapeutic interventions, safe havens for processing grief, among others. I believe that the proposed Office of Survivor Care will fulfill these needs and more. The goods and services afforded by the OSC are in step with similar interventions that have been demonstrated time and time again to be effective in mitigating future violence, and further, is in line with the culture of hospitality and kindness of the entire city of Durham toward our suffering neighbors. I implore the City Council to consider funding this initiative to the fullest, and I'm grateful for your consideration.
Thank you. So I don't see Brianna Van Velsen. So I will
Pardon? Pardon?
Let's see, Susan.
Hey. Hi, sorry, Brianna Van Velsen had to leave, and so she just asked me to convey, Durham Congregation in Action stands with sanitation workers, transit,
I'm
and
so
the Office of
sorry.
Survivor Care wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
My name is Susan Dunlap. I am active in Durham Can. I'm a parish associate at First Presbyterian Church and a resident of Durham. And I'm here to speak on behalf of an Office of Survivor Care. And there are at least two very good reasons to have such an office. The first one is, as was stated earlier, we need to interrupt the cycles of violence. Hurt people hurt people. Not everyone who has experienced gun violence will go on to perpetrate an act of gun violence in the future, but it is more likely that they will. One of the biggest predictors of who will engage in gun violence is someone who has experienced gun violence themselves. So the first reason is we do this to cut down on violent crime in Durham. The second reason we should do this is it is the right thing to do. It's the compassionate thing to do. People who have been harmed should be cared for, nurtured, given support as they heal from deep trauma. When someone has died by homicide, one of the things the Office of Survivor Care will do is provide compassionate and skilled death notifications. Another thing the office will do is offer care and interventions for every single household where there has been violence for the children. All the children will receive some kind of particular care if there has been violence in their home. Also, peer support groups will be formed. No one can support a survivor of gun violence the way another survivor of gun violence can. The Office of Survivor Care will organize those groups. So I urge you to not allow another year to go by without an Office of Survivor Care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Susan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Ruth Petrie. I'm a resident of Durham and member of the Durham Can Gun Violence Action Team. I support the formation of an Office of Survivor Care within the city's Community Safety Department. Last year, facilitators in Prescription for Repair pilot listened to Durham survivors of violence and heard about their unique needs in the wake of harm. You've heard many of these stories tonight, and you've heard about the harms that our neighbors are having to deal with. We know there's a profound absence of public service for survivors of violence in Durham, and I urge you to support the Office of Survivor Care now. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for listening to us, the citizens. I come for you from Bragtown. In follow-up from last year, we asked for sidewalks on East Club Boulevard, starting from a point that there was never sidewalk up to a community housing situation. We were told that because of the budget, that the project was put on hold. So we come before you again. Sidewalks are necessary so we don't have to walk in the street of Club Boulevard where cars are going 60 miles an hour, 60 on 35 posted. And this is people who are just wanting to visit their neighbors, walk to the store, walk to the, just normal to get to the bus stop. So we're asking to look again into extending the budget to complete the sidewalk on East Club Boulevard all the way up to Dearborn Avenue. Because if you've ever drove there and see people walking and wonder why they're walking in the street, it's because there's no sidewalk. And that is a heavily traveled pedestrian every day. So we're asking, we know there's so many budget restraints, but we've been in Bragtown overlooked for so long, and we will promise, and we don't want this promise to go unkept. So it's just a reminder to look at that line again. We do really need those sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next I have, and thank you all for snapping rather than the prolonged clapping. It keeps us moving. Next I have Mimi Kessler, Sarah D'Amato, thanks for the phonetic support. Scribed here. Trish Breen, Shanice Hamilton. Did she leave? She left, okay. Emery Owen. Is Emery here? Oh, there she is. And Drew Cox.
Good evening, Council. I come to echo a lot of what you've already heard. I sent you an email with some very specific things in it, but I concur with people who've spoken before me about job reclassification and increasing hourly rates, and remembering who essential workers are. They're the people who had to collect the trash during the deadly pandemic. And also for the fire, police, and ambulance personnel. These people put their lives on the line every day they work. They run towards danger when the rest of us run from it, and they need to be paid for that danger. I also support the Bike Durham proposal and the Trinity Park Association position on increasing the rate of design for Duke, Gregson, and Vickers in the next budget year. One of my concerns has to do with how much injury takes place on those roads from people in cars and pedestrians and cyclists. And I want to make sure that you saw an email that was from Andrew S., who nearly was killed on Duke Street by being hit and run by a car, and that is a lighted intersection. I also want to more staff for the planning department. They need more inspectors. And I support Councilmember Baker's proposal for a small area planning designer, or allow them to contract those services out if it doesn't mean increasing FTEs. I also want to associate myself with the Walltown Neighborhood Association and the Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit.
Thanks, Ms. Kessler.
About the toxins in the park. Thank you.
Sarah D'Amato.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is Sarah D'Amato, and I am the director of the project director of Legal Aid's Eviction Diversion Program. It's again through Legal Aid. We are here to request that the city continue to fund our program in the levels that you have funded previously. One of the things that is a benefit of being one of the last people to speak is that I can hear what other people are here saying, and so you've already heard how rents have increased and how the average rent in Durham right now is $1,500, and that is for maybe a two-bedroom apartment. And so that does require that an individual earn about $54,000 a year. We know through different statistics that the fair market rent in Durham has increased 55% in the past 5 years. And so where that matters and why our services are particularly necessary is that we have set up a courthouse clinic at the courthouse to meet people who are facing eviction. And that clinic is open Monday through Friday at the courthouse with no appointment necessary from 9 to 12. And it's important that we are there because many people receive less than a week's notice between the time that summons is on their front door and the time they have to get to court. There's not a time when there's work barriers, childcare barriers, transportation barriers to even go through the intake process to find an attorney to get to us. And so one of the things that we are asking is that the council continue to fund our support, our clinic, so that we can provide this support to individuals. We know that in Durham, of the residents that we have represented, 81% identify as Black or African American, 75% identify as female. And this, what we hear here in this room here is that people, we're talking about city workers, but we're not even distinguishing between those who are the gig workers, the hourly workers, who where if they miss 1 week of work or 2 weeks of work, then they're at risk of eviction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trish Breen.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. My name is Trish Breen and I've lived in Durham for 33 years and a proud Durhamite. I'm here on behalf of Durham Area Pickleball Association, which compared to all the heavy things going on here, it seems kind of minor. But one thing I'd like to thank you for the Pineywood courts that came available and for us to play on the middle of December. You're not aware of it. There's 12 lighted courts, and they're gorgeous. It's the largest, facility, outdoor facility in the area. But one thing I want to request, and you look at spending your money on possibly getting the restrooms being year-rounded, because now they're going to be closed down during the wintertime, and we have people using them, constantly. There's, at any given time, and peak times, it's anywhere from, about 60 to 80 people. And right now, the bathrooms are open, but if not, if they're coming into year-round, then they have 2 porta-johns. And there probably will be a tournament during the wintertime because the pickleball people, they will play anytime and anywhere. And we just had, earlier this month, we had our first tournament. We had 400 people. We made $22,000, which the Durham Parks Commission got a piece of that pie, and my DAP got some, and then the people who put it on. But again, we want to, continue to be, a very popular place to come, and everybody, enjoys it, has a good time, exercises. And it would really help if we had the year-round bathrooms. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Ms. Breen? Ms. Breen? Can I get an invite to one of the games?
Sure.
All right, good deal.
Yeah, all right.
Hi, Embry.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Embry Owen. I live in zip code 27701. Avid pickleball player, but I'm here on another matter tonight. I'm here to ask you tonight to fund 2 new positions in the Community Safety Department to start the Office of Survivor Care. And I'm here as a survivor of gun violence myself, in solidarity with other survivors of gun violence, because the current systems that we have do not provide trauma-informed support to survivors and to families who are left in the aftermath of gun violence. We really need something new, and we've needed it for a long time. And as you've heard tonight, there's ample evidence in our community that's pointing to this. The Duke Health Prescriptions for Repair program conducted listening sessions and support sessions with people in our community who've survived gun violence and their families. And the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force has also done this work with people in our community. And the Office of Survivor Care is going to be an entity outside of our courts and outside of law enforcement that will provide survivors and their families with connections to community support, and also help survivors get access to the financial support to which they're entitled, which can often be really difficult to get. And I think, as you've heard tonight, the most important thing that it will provide us is a sense of hope and connection, which people often desperately need after they have survived a traumatic event involving a gun, or that their family member have lost a family member to gun violence. One thing I just want to point out is, as you all know, Durham has become a national leader in how we do community safety by starting the Office of Community Safety and by starting the HEART program. And I think that starting the Office of Survivor Care is the opportunity for us to take the next step forward in leading the country on this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, one moment. Oh, she had left. Drew Cox.
Yes, sir. Hello, thank you, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Drew Cox, president of the Tobacco Road chapter of the North Carolina Police Benevolent Association. I'm here on behalf of chapter members in Durham PD. You may remember that I came and gave comment in June of last year during the budget process. I'm given pause by the city's projected outstanding principal debt, $988 million, almost $1 billion with a B. This year, the budget deficit is projected at $9.6 million, but this council is bringing over $116 million in budget proposals, more than double to this same time last year, and those are just the proposals you have a solid estimate for. When it came time to fix step pay for your police officers and firefighters last year for a measly $6 million, the argument was that you would have to raise the tax rate to cover the fix. The proverbial cake was already baked by that point, and that measure was voted down, and honestly, rightfully so, because this isn't a tax rate or revenue problem. What we have in this city is a priority problem. This year's resident survey plainly showed that police protection was the highest priority for your citizens. 56% of them stated they are very dissatisfied or neutral on the quality of police protection. The question I ask you is, when are you going to make your police department a priority over your own agenda interests in the budget? This pay and classification study shows police pay is lagging 17.6 behind a dozen comparable municipalities. An increase of that rate on the base officer pay would bring it up from 47.9 to 56.3, which would be a welcome substantial increase. But we would advocate for a starting pay of no less than $60,000 in order to best compete with surrounding agencies like Cary and Apex, which start officer pay at that rate or above. This presents a fantastic opportunity for this council to secure a much-needed win for the police department and for its citizens' priorities to be adequately addressed. The North Carolina PBA would be happy to assist and consult with this council with data on recruiting, retention, attrition, comparable pay.
Thank you.
Decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next names I have. Emily Wilkes. Emily Wilkes, for real this time. Asmeen Johnson. Andrea Muffin Hudson. Ralph Mazer. And Brandon Williams. All right.
My name is Emily Wilkes, and I'm here in solidarity with the Durham City Workers Union, asking you to prioritize raising wages to $25 an hour, starting with solid waste. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus says, if anyone asks you for your shirt, give them your coat as well. If anyone asks you to go 1 mile, go the second mile too. In the same way, if the supposed living wage in Durham is $19.56 an hour, give $25. Commit to being a city whose workers can actually afford to live here. Please do not hide behind the results of an intentionally narrow compensation study to justify ignoring this movement. If you err on the side of compassion. Go the second mile. Even though I am asking you to prioritize the union's demands, it's painful to watch livable wages be pitted against transportation, public safety, and an office for survivor care. We should not have to choose between necessary public goods. The unions and coalitions here tonight shouldn't be competing against each other for the scraps of next year's budget. Our interests are largely aligned. We all want to live comfortably in a vibrant and flourishing city. So if the city can't fund our requests, then maybe it's time we find creative ways to expand the budget. We need not have a scarcity mindset with an abundance of wealth in our midst. Imagine if one such concentration of wealth, Duke University, built upon its many contributions to Durham by fully funding the Office of Survivor Care, eradicated lead from public parks, kept transportation free, and ensured all city workers had a livable wage and affordable housing. Considering they own over 10% of all the land in Durham and pay no property taxes, maybe it's time we encourage Duke University to go the second mile. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Williams and Council. Thank you for listening, and thank you for previously stating your support for the Office of Survivor Care. I, too, stand in support of fully funding the Office of Survivor Care. Your partnership in funding prescriptions for repair, which I was the coordinator for, allowed survivors of gun violence to share their stories and their wisdom. Survivors clearly expressed the need to have an Office of Survivor Care, a place in the city that can help them navigate the complexities of now living a life that has been shattered by the effects of gun violence. Gun violence plagues our city. Yes, Durham is wonderful. I've been here since a child, and even then, gun violence plagued our city, and it is absolutely devastating. These are our families, our friends, our neighbors, and loved ones, and their lives are utterly destroyed and forever changed, and all of our lives are impacted. So, what will be our response? What is our collective responsibility? Remember, actions are louder than words. Will we continue to show indifference, apathy, and neglect, or will we stand with our survivors and show care, support, and value their wisdom? I hope and pray it's the latter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all know my name, right? I can get started, or how'd it work? No, I'm just kidding. My name is Andrea Hudson. Everybody calls me Muffin. I stand before you this evening. Thank you. I stand here before you as an advocate for the establishment of an office dedicated to survivors' care from someone who learned that her brother was killed on the news as opposed to someone contacting us. This initiative is not just about providing support, it's about recognizing the profound impact of trauma and ensuring that survivors receive the comprehensive care and resources that they need to heal and thrive. Survivors of various forms of trauma, whether it be domestic violence, sexual assault, natural disasters, or other harrowing experiences, often face immense challenges on their own journeys towards recovery. Yet too often they are left to navigate this journey alone without adequate support or resources. By establishing an office for survivors' care, we can centralize resources and expertise, providing survivors with a dedicated space where they can access a range of services tailored to their specific needs. I can never pronounce that word. This office would serve as a beacon of hope, offering counseling, medical assistance, legal support, and assistance in accessing community resources. Furthermore, such an office would play a critical role in raising awareness about the prevalence and impact of trauma, breaking down stigmas, and fostering a culture of empathy and support within our communities. Investing in survivor care is not just a moral imperative, it's also a practical one. Research has shown that early intervention and comprehensive support can significantly improve outcomes for survivors, reducing long-term health costs and societal burdens. In essence, establishing this office for survivor care is about standing in solidarity with those who have endured unimaginable hardships, offering them the support and resources they need to rebuild their lives and reclaim their sense of dignity and agency. It's about creating a more compassionate and inclusive society where every individual feels valued and supported, regardless of their past experiences. Together, let us stand for survivors everywhere.
Thank you so much. Ralph?
Hi, council members. I'm Rafe Mazer with the Walltown Community Association. I wanted to make a few points first to echo what others have said before, supporting the $5 million in the budget to begin the process of removing toxic metals from the parks in Durham. And I would encourage you all to work with the community members. There's a lot of really talented people who can bring more outside funding, because as they said, it's going to cost a lot more. But I think if we use the talent we have and if the city listens and engages, in particular Parks and Rec, with these people, we can make sure, parks are for play, not poison. And I also wanted to comment and thank you all for putting the small area planning funding in the budget, in particular Councilmember Baker, and that we in Walltown are really excited and honored to be one of the first communities to work on this with the Northgate Mall location. We are very excited and committed. We've been working hard on this for years and years, and I view this as just the first step, and we look forward to not only making sure that Northgate is developed in a way that reflects the community's interests, but also sharing our experiences with other neighborhoods who can continue to use small area planning across the city, because I think this is a really underutilized and important tool. And maybe just another thing is, we've been talking a lot about trying to fund sanitation workers and raise pay for police departments, and Northgate Mall is one of many large-scale commercial properties that are under-assessed in the taxation policy of the county and the city, that are paying taxes on appraisal below what they sold before the last appraisal was done. I can tell you the year after I bought my property, my residential property was appraised. You don't see this with residential or small commercial. Large-scale commercial are underappraised, and there's tens of millions of dollars that is missing because of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have Brandon Williams next.
Thank you, City Council members. Brandon Williams speaking tonight as a member of the Walltown community and a resident of the City of Durham. Would like to continue to encourage you all to set aside, again, that $5 million that residents have been asking for, as a DPR is asking for, to help begin the cleanup of the parks. And I think, we know $5 million is just the beginning, as has been mentioned, that there's lots to uncover in terms of what needs to be done in each of the 5. There's Justice 40 funds, other funds that can be leveraged, from federal dollars working across the state. We encourage you to begin that work and to begin really educating residents about the dangers and harms beyond lead that are present in the parks, so that folks can really protect themselves and choose safety for themselves and their kids. Additionally, we want to thank you for the work that's been put forward and the commitment from the City Planning Department around the small area plan for Northgate and the Walltown community, and encourage the continued resources of a full-time planner and other money for consultants to expand that work to other neighborhoods. We think small area planning will go a long way to help Walltown instantiate the vision and priorities we've developed in conjunction with other neighborhoods for the redevelopment of Northgate Mall, and want to see that brought to other parts of the city to really help residents have a role in shaping the future of development and how it impacts them. And as has been mentioned, similarly, we want to leverage this also to bring developers to the table. We think that the city has great values and vision to be leveraged, and to invite folks to the table to participate with residents for a future that we can all get behind, rather than letting developers dictate what the city looks like and what is available to us moving forward. So appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you so much. And my last few speakers here have Carlina, yes. Abraham Jariri, Seth Hurley, and Manju. Thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Carlina Diananen, and I am a Durham resident and a member of Line Park Community. I am here to advocate for council's approval of the $5 million earmarked in the budget for cleaning up the lead and other toxics in the park. I would also like to ask for transparency with our community and community input as it relates to the remediation efforts. In 1924, the City Council, by edict, created the Parks and Recreation. They said that parks are essential to Durham residents.
Tonight, I come before you to add on to that edict. Safe parks, free of lead and toxins, are essential to Durham. Investing in cleaning up our parks, most particularly these 5 parks, which are located in historically Black neighborhoods, is also an action of cleaning up the ugly history of systemic racism and environmental injustice. In addition, I support the Small City Plan. I'm also the chair of the board for Habitat for Humanity. The Small City Plan is going to be fabulous because it'll be able to allow us to be able to also contribute and to give the community what they need. I'm also supporting city workers in their quest for fair and equitable pay, affordable work housing, and ending merit pay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Abraham, okay. Seth Hurley.
Hi, my name is Seth Hurley. As I'm sure you all know, I'm a senior at Durham School of the Arts, and I've grown up and lived my whole life in Durham. I am here as the co-chair of and representing the Young Democratic Socialists of America at Durham School of the Arts, and I'm also here as the Durham branch representative of and representing the Triangle chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. I think we can all agree that everyone should have somewhere to live and that nobody should sleep on the street, no matter their situation. There is really no room for debate here. There is no argument which can excuse the hundreds of families in Durham who have nowhere to go. Fault simply does not matter when someone is freezing, starving, and dying of dehydration all at the same time. Mayor Williams, last year you said Durham's housing shortage is due to the difference in supply and demand in our city. When you ask people propped up by the housing market, they will of course agree. From the Biden administration to various think tanks to the people who attended the landlord lobbyist conference of which you were a keynote speaker of just last year. But the myth of supply in lowering housing prices could not be further from the truth. Across America, supply of housing has completely outstripped demand, yet prices continue to skyrocket. Here in Durham, we've seen hundreds of luxury apartments go up all over downtown with down payments in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, but these don't bring down prices. How could they when nobody lives in them? See, the simple fact of the matter is that in 2020, nearly 50% of the residential properties in the census block which we are now in were owned by out-of-state residents. The reason there isn't supply is not that we're not building enough homes. There isn't supply because stolen land is being bought and sold and hoarded by landlords, while lawmakers like y'all act as if you can't do anything about it. You are not in office to continue urban sprawl. You are not in office to continue approving developer projects which destroy the environment and culture of Durham. You are not in office to aid the very same developers who are gentrifying and pushing our Black and brown communities out of their homes. You are in office because the people of Durham put our collective interests in your hands, and I must say, at the moment, we are not happy. We, the people of Durham, need to begin seeing more affordable housing across Durham. We, the people of Durham, need to begin seeing a stop towards accepting developers who give you on half measures. Thank you.
Last speaker.
My name is Manju. I'm here to express my support for the Office of Survivor Care. In our years of listening to Durham residents through the Durham Community Safety and Wellness Task Force, we learned how urgently Durham's Black and brown neighbors and working class neighbors yearned for holistic transformation of our violence intervention and justice systems. The Office of Survivor Care, seated in our Community Safety Department, is an essential piece to shift from cycles of suffering to cycles of care and healing. This issue hits close to home for me as a community organizer who has lost young people I worked with to gun violence. I would also like to express my heartfelt support for all the demands of UE 150 Durham City workers. We really need to see expansion of HEART to 24/7 citywide, and we need to be able to access HEART with an independent phone number. We all deserve access to unarmed, compassionate, skilled care in our moments of greatest vulnerability and crisis. I'd like to express my support for money for parks and recreation to address the lead pollution crisis in our beloved parks and expand our play spaces. I'd like to express my support for expansion of public transit and safer streets for pedestrians and bicyclists, keep our buses fare-free, and improve bus route access across Durham. I've been coming to City Hall for 25 years, and I've never seen residents locked out and silenced as we've been over the past 3 meetings. City Hall should be a welcoming place for all community residents, not a place of political repression. I waited outside of a locked door for over 45 minutes today and saw many Durham residents leave in frustration because they were disallowed from access to this meeting. Please stop locking the doors of City Hall and inventing new processes to exclude community voices. We have a long way to go to create access.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, and Madam Clerk, I'm getting your text messages. So Leslie Griffith, can you hear me?
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes, thank you.
Hi, yes, this is Leslie Griffith, thank you. I live on Markham Avenue between Mangum and Roxborough Streets, on a section of road known as the S-curve. Whenever the street in front of your house has a nickname like that, I should know that you're in for an adventurous time. Mangum and Roxborough Streets are designed more like racetracks than streets. They're not made for cars, bikes, buses, and people to move on in a safe way. From my front porch, I've seen more street signs taken out than I can count. I hear screeching brakes and honking horns every day, and I've witnessed multiple more serious crashes. As a driver, pedestrian, and cyclist, often with my kids, I've seen how these roads just don't work for Durham. The one-way pair of Mangum and Roxborough, like the pair of Duke and Gregson, are based on an outdated model designed to speed cars through town. It's past time to study and make changes to these roads. I support DOT's funding request for designing improvements to these streets, including the possibility of a two-way conversion. I also support funding for improvements to the Duke-Gregson pair and other Safe Streets projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are all of the cards. Madam Clerk, am I all clear online? Thank you. Those are all of the cards I have. And for the sake of room, I'm going to pass these down up here. Thank you so much. Number 22?
21.
21. All right. All right, we are moving on to item number 21 at this time. Hello there.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Before we get started, I wanted to bring one matter to your attention, and that is that there is a change in the process of direct translation zonings. These are annexation cases where the zoning is not proposing to change. These cases have not previously been heard by the Planning Commission in accordance with the resolution that they passed over a decade ago. However, due to a change in state law, the Planning Commission is now required to consider all initial zonings, including direct translations. So this means that you will now be seeing Planning Commission comments for all cases. Moving forward, the first of those being the case that is next on your docket. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we'll receive the staff report for item number 21, Consolidated Annexation 3411 and 3417, Pickett Road.
Thank you, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, honorable members of the council. This is Aaron Kane with the Planning Department. I'm happy to be here with you tonight. Before I begin, staff would like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file with the Planning Department. A request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change has been received from Andy Porter for 2 parcels of land totaling 2.93 acres and located at 3411 and 3417 Pickett Road. The annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the primary corporate limits. The properties are currently designated established residential on the place type map. The proposed residential suburban 20 zoning is consistent with the designated use shown on the place type map. If the proposed zoning is approved, there will be no change to the place type designation. The Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of this application by a vote of 10-0. As part of the annexation petition, the applicant is not seeking a change in the underlying zoning district. A direct translational zoning is one in which the existing county zoning is translated to the identical city zoning district upon the annexation of the property into the city limits. A direct translational zoning does not include a development plan, and any future development may proceed according to what the zoning would allow. While the current use of the property is a single-family home, future development under the existing zoning of RS20 allows for agricultural activities, single-family residential development, and cluster subdivisions with townhouses and duplexes. Commercial and industrial development is prohibited in RS20. Thank you, and the staff and the applicants are here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. This item is a public hearing, and I'll declare it open at this time. Colleagues, are there any questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. Prior to the question, I did want to just take a moment and thank all the residents that came out this evening to share their public requests for our capital improvement budgets, and just acknowledge that in the past, as I've sat here for the last 7 years, there have not been this many people in the room, and I do want to really just extend a great deal of gratitude to all of you who took the time to be here and to share your thoughts. I want you to know that I'm considering all of the things you've mentioned, but I will be most heavily focused on the staff pay, and just say that. Thank you. And I did have a question for staff. I just wanted to know specifically around the change that you mentioned. If a memo had been shared with council, I might have missed it. I know I've not been in my email this morning.
Sorry, say that. Repeat that, please.
So the legislative change, has there been a memo shared with council regarding that?
That legislative change was actually implemented a while back. This is just a procedural change that we are instituting to make sure that we're following the new legislation.
And I'm just making sure that a memo was shared.
Yeah,
Yeah, we issued, I think, today or yesterday, a letter to industry. We're happy to share that with the council. But to date, no, a letter has not gone out to the council about it.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I have that information. If anyone asks questions, it'd be great to have more.
Thank you. And I want to, this is a public hearing, and I'll remind my colleagues, let's make sure that our comments are germane to the actual public hearing. We can make our additional comments.
I just wanted to make sure I made the comments because it wasn't extended as a moment in an item that was actually here on the agenda. We're not allowed to actually share our comments. It's not an ordinary thing, and so I just want to make sure.
Councilmember Freeman, you're out of order.
Make sure that you understood that that was not a.
What I understand is you're out of order, and I need you to follow our procedures, please.
I am following procedures.
Okay.
I had a question.
Colleagues, let's make sure our comments are germane to the public hearing.
My comments will be regarding whatever I have comments on.
And
Thank
we
you
are
very
going
much.
to
I don't
move
need you
on.
to police my comments.
All right.
Enough policing. The doors locked is enough. Seriously.
All right. Back to order.
Your version of it is sad.
Out of respect, I need to just take a moment. Okay. Sometimes you take a breath. Is there an applicant present for this tonight? Welcome. And I apologize for that.
That's quite all right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council.
Chris Rakowski with TM Tilly Associates, 5011 South Park Drive, Durham, representing Danny Espedia of Tilio Builders. We're here tonight for voluntary annexation for translational zoning for 2 parcels totaling 2.93 acres. These parcels are remaining zoned RS20, just be brought into the city's jurisdiction. The intention of the annexation is to connect to the Durham's water and sewer, anticipation of a single-family residential development on these 2 sites. So happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for your time this evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I do not have anyone signed up for this item, but however, it is a public hearing. Is there anyone that is interested in speaking to this matter? All right, thank you. At this time, I'll declare the public hearing closed and back before the council. Colleagues, are there any commentary or questions or concern? All right, thank you. I will at this time call for, I'll read the motions. Motion number 1, to adopt an ordinance annexing 3411 and 3417 Pickett Road into the city of Durham, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Linda S. Davis and Perepidin C. Davis.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, and motion number 2, to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential suburban 20 county jurisdiction and establishing the same as the residential suburban 20 city jurisdiction.
Moved as read.
Second.
Moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes 7-0.
And motion number 3, thank you, to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statutes, SEC 160D 605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close.
The third motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. Item 22. Thank you.
Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, honorable council members. The next application is a request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change from Tim Sivers of Cunity for 9 parcels of land totaling 24.87 acres and located at 4862 Wake Forest Highway. This annexation petition is for a contiguous annexation of the primary corporate limits. The associated zoning map change request is from commercial neighborhood with a development plan, residential suburban 20, and residential rural to planned development residential 10.602 to allow up to 260 apartment units. The properties are currently designated mixed residential neighborhood on the place type map. The proposed PDR 10.602 zoning is inconsistent with the designated place type. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the place type map to designate the entire property as apartment and townhouse neighborhood. Thank you, and staff are here to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and at this time I'll declare this public hearing open. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments to staff?
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you say it's inconsistent? The zoning is inconsistent with the designated place time map on this? I'm looking at second paragraph on the first page of the memo under executive summary.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say inconsistent, or I'm reading that the proposed plan development residential 10.602 PDR 10.602 zoning is consistent with the designated place type.
Okay, that must be a change to the memo that's taken place. And that would be that would be allowed. There's been, as we have a new place type map and we're making adjustments and implementation, what is proposed is to be completely multifamily.
Right.
So it could be considered apartment townhouse neighborhood, but it's also introducing a new housing type into an area that is predominantly single family residential. So it could also be considered consistent with mixed residential neighborhood.
Yeah, I get that, but did you say it was inconsistent?
I did say inconsistent. I must have.
Got you. All right, cool. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I yield back.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right. Do we have an applicant? How much time do you think you need?
10 minutes?
8 minutes?
8
Madam,
minutes.
Madam Clerk, could you put 12 minutes on the clock? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is Tim Sivers, President and CEO of CUNY. Thank you again to staff for the work on this project. I do have a PowerPoint. That's not the right one. We're not switching sides. All right.
I thought it was a new day.
Are y'all seeing the screen as well?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This project is located at the intersection of Sherron Road and NC 98 and includes 9 parcels with multiple zoning designations. While the site gross acreage is approximately 25 acres, the bisecting stream minimizes the developable land to about 17.7 acres. I'm here this evening requesting that you follow the recommendation of Planning Commission of their recommend for approval and their vote from 9 to 4. Along with our proposal of 260 apartments for this site, equating to a PDR of 10.6, the site is consistent with a place type of mixed residential neighborhood. And in addition, the owner is committed to provide 5% of the units to be affordable at 80% AMI for the full 30-year time frame. Our team understands that this intersection is very heavily traveled and can create backups. Even though it was not required, we completed a voluntary traffic study, and our traffic engineer is here with us this evening to answer any questions you may have. And yes, this project will be required to follow all the recently approved text amendments for mass grading, tree coverage, as well as erosion control requirements. This map identifies that our site is consistent with the current mixed residential neighborhood place type map. With 17.7 acres of developable land area, this proposal meets or exceeds 23 of the 25 applicable policies. And this map identifies our proposal of a PDR density of 10.602 and shows that these proposed apartments are directly adjacent to an existing commercial use. In addition to our proposed rezoning, this development will extend the current city limits to include all of the project area. Since our development plan is a text-only submittal, I wanted to provide this opportunity for you to picture this proposal. This project is clearly divided into 2 development areas with a stream bisecting the 2 areas. We have committed to 1 vehicular stream crossing to minimize our environmental impact. The access point connecting to NC 98 to the north will only allow right turns, minimizing the impact to the heavily traveled corridor. This will place the full access on Sherron Road, aligned with the existing street into the Ravenstone neighborhood. If you were to zoom out from this map, you would see mostly single-family homes, as well as the commercial shopping adjacent to the site. This proposal does bring a diversity of housing types to the area, and these residents will be able to walk to the gym, grocery store, restaurants, as well as a choice of pharmacies. In highlighting a few of the project commitments, this development will provide a minimum of 5% affordable housing at 80% AMI for 30 years. We will minimize the environmental impacts by reducing stream crossings and ensuring the buildings are set away from the site boundary and naturally vegetated areas. The existing infrastructure is in place or will be constructed to meet the needs for this 260-unit apartment development, along with providing maximum building heights and recreational open space elements. Our commitment to improving both pedestrian and vehicular transportation elements include a 10-foot shared path along NC 98 and Sherron Road, which will allow residents to walk to Walgreens without crossing the street. Turn lanes will be provided in both directions on Sherron Road and limiting access to only right turns at NC 98.
Additionally, a school donation of $35,500 is provided equates to a commitment of $500 for every student increase that this development will provide. Some of the environmental commitments that this development will provide include native tree plantings, above code minimum tree coverage to 24%, providing 4 electric vehicle charging stations, and ensuring the stormwater control measures and recreational open space remain outside the stream buffer. Even though Planning Commission did vote in favor, voting 9-4 to recommend approval of this project, our team reviewed their notes and would like to add one additional commitment this evening. In addition to the previously mentioned 5% affordable commitment, we will provide 1 additional % of the units at 100% AMI for 30 years. This will bring the overall commitment to 6% of the units being provided for affordable housing. As mentioned earlier, this proposal meets 10 and exceeds 13 of the 25 applicable policies for a mixed residential neighborhood. That is 23 of the 25 policies that are met or exceeded. This proposal for 260-unit apartment development has multiple options for supporting commercial in the immediate area. For the pedestrians who are just grabbing a few items, those residents can walk to Walgreens with not needing to cross the street. The undeveloped land along Sherron Road is also zoned commercial, which can provide additional resources without crossing the street once constructed. Furthermore, the Ravenstone Shopping Center is directly across the street. A few of the 23 policies that this proposal accommodates include providing a new housing type to the area, preserving and creating play spaces, providing affordable housing, and encouraging pedestrian transit, preparing for student growth, installing green building technologies, and protecting Durham's most sensitive areas by locating the active open space and stormwater control measures outside of the stream buffer. In summary, I encourage you to follow the recommendation for approval from Planning Commission and vote to approve this proposal in front of you this evening. This proposal meets the needs of our city, is compatible with the immediate vicinity, while also providing a new housing type in the area. It is consistent with the place type designation, exceeds some UDO regulations, and commits to minimizing our environmental impacts while providing that affordable housing. Thank you, and I'd like to reserve any time for questions.
Thank you. While we're still in this public hearing, I do have speakers. Just slide it over there. Reynolds Stevenson, it's a resource. Okay, gotcha. All right, Michael Rowe. I'll go ahead and call up a few. Michael Rowe, Pam Andrews, Tammy Sawaya. There we go. Donna Standback. Pam Williams, Tom Freeman, and Rebecca Freeman. I'm just going to call you all so you can.
No, it doesn't direct. Are they, you need to divide them into two.
They're all, yeah, they all are.
Okay.
Do I have any online?
Yeah, there's some online.
Oh, it is? Okay. So what I'll do, since I've already called them up, I'll acknowledge the ones in person first, and then we'll go with online to finish it out. Yeah. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Michael Rowe. I live in Durham and have lived in Durham for 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm here to speak against the parcel being rezoned on Sherron Road. I asked that this parcel not be rezoned for development due to the environmental harm that it would cause. This parcel is located in an environmentally sensitive area of Durham County that is already under siege by development. It is well documented that this unchecked development is damaging our waterways, ravaging our wildlife, and putting drinking water for over 500,000 people at risk. The environmental impact of developing this parcel would be too great and should not be allowed. This is especially in relation to the damage that is currently being done by the massive amount of other construction ongoing in this area. Durham is a wonderful place to live, and maintaining green spaces should be a priority so it stays that way for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. We can, come on up.
Okay, Sherron.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting us speak at this late hour. Pamela Andrews, Wake Forest Highway. An audit from October 2022 shows our fire stations are not meeting the target times. There were 2 recommendations from that study. Management concurred on both of the statements of recommendations. In statement number 2, recommendation 2, he also said, "We lack the tools to conduct a complete and in-depth study of our responsibilities. This is compounded by annexations and vertical growth." In recommendation 2, an outside expert was to perform a study that incorporates forecasting to determine the impact of future growth on its current resources. Has either of these recommendations been implemented since the audit was completed in October of 2022? There are currently 41 dense developments in Lick Creek and Little Lick Creek watersheds, with 17 approved and pending construction. You'll notice on this slide, this is just Lick Creek, but Little Lick Creek together with this one adds up to 41 under construction and 17 approved pending construction. At what point have we maxed out our emergency services? This is scary, my friends. These are recent calls that have been in the last 2 weeks. Notice the serious wrecks on the top right-hand corner. That is the intersection that we're proposing to build these apartments. March the 5th, the fire engine itself had a wreck that's next door to this road. Today, there were no units available with 3 calls holding this morning. On the 14th, there were 15 fire units called to a fire in northern Durham, pulling all our resources. On the 16th, this Saturday at Firebird at South Point Mall, the manager tried desperately for a long time to get 911 to answer. This is alarming. Go ahead, Tammy. So this is Station 8, as we've showed you before. There is no ladder truck here to answer these large building calls. Policy 119 tells us that new developments are to seek emergency services and how it's going to impact it. While this is just a policy at this point and is not a UDO amendment, it needs serious consideration. How will this be enforced and funds allotted when it is not on the consistency review document? My last slide, if you look on this slide, the designated future growth area in policy 122 says there are 3 areas that are in desperate need of fire service out there: Fletcher's Chapel, Stallings, and Southeast Durham. At what point do we take the city's advice seriously? The consequences of approving this development application without addressing basic health and safety concerns is clear. Approving a development plan that fails to meet safety needs with no enforceable way to ensure it is addressed in the future is unprincipled. This application as presented should not be considered tonight. Thank you for your time. We appreciate the late hour when you let me speak.
Okay. Tammy Sueya, thank you for letting me speak at this late hour as well. Wildland Engineering Incorporated, who is under the process of receiving a contract from Durham for $3 million to perform a Southeast Watershed Improvement Plan, completed a Little Lick Creek Watershed Improvement Plan for $1.6 million starting in 2013 through 2015. I ask you, was any of the recommendations from that plan implemented? From my perspective, it doesn't appear that it has, or we've undone what was done then. In 2022, Little Lick Creek has a quality D index. The current UDO for double fences and flocculants is not working, which you will see in future slides. This annexation will impact Little Lick Creek and will impair it further. The report noted that the future land use was low density. So why are you allowing high density with as much as 70% impervious? And we would like to request a development in this area that maintains a 24% impervious. In this slide, you're going to see the Grove Park restoration in relationship to this Sherron Road Apartments. If you allow this to move forward as it is with
without additional undisturbed buffers, then erosions and sediment from the site will undo the recent restoration project that cost $1.4 million. I have the report from Wildland in 2015. It states, the developers will be required to implement on-site stormwater controls or purchase off-site mitigation credits during the site review process with the city or Durham County that limits nutrient loads discharged from the site after construction. Are you going to allow continued degrading of the environment, which the taxpayers, including you, your taxpayers, will pay for years to come? Can we take a step back? Could we have the mitigation credits so the developers pay for the impacts of our creeks that we know are happening now? Can we think outside of the box? Because as a taxpayer, I don't want to pay for this years down the road. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Donna Steinbeck. I'm a lifelong Durham resident. Thank you for the time this evening. Regarding this Little Lick Creek tributary that's shown here, how many linear feet of creek crossing will be impacted to provide this culvert? Is it going to be around 100 foot? You know, what is the sewer easement being placed? Where is it being placed? It should not be within the stream buffer or parallel to the creek. Can 150 feet of this be designated as undisturbed stream buffers on each side of this tributary? This is an environmentally sensitive area, as we've already heard. Blasting. Can you commit to no blasting? If this is not committed, then over 130 homes within mostly environmental justice populated areas will be at risk for home, well, and septic damages with no recourse. The city owns the bond on the blasting companies. Shouldn't this damage be on the city to provide an independent third party to evaluate the damage and pay restitution for the damages? We've still not had any restitution paid for the damages, and there's been, you know, case studies and all presented. See the rock there that came through and was on the WRAL news? Well, this was the same blasting company that has done much of southeast Durham. They were also previously called for doing blasting without a permit, and we had folks in Durham complain that there was blasting without permits, and that was never rectified. Why are blasting damages being covered by other counties like Wake and not in Durham? Things like blasting without the notice and the clearing the dust and fixing air conditioner and fixing the cracks in the walls, and these were covered, and this was on WRAL last week. So why are we not getting more assistance for these people being impacted and not having more strength to control this situation? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Williams. I want to bring to your attention tonight that, as Tim said, it's very congested out here. Traffic backs up quite a bit. NC 98 is already over capacity with 15,000 daily traffic. As you can see right here, that is the number from NCDOT. All the units are developments over on the right side is developments that are under construction today A. So this 28,000 vehicles per day or average daily traffic will be added to the additional 15,000 on NC 98 and 11,000 on Sherron Road. With this development, we're anticipating the additional traffic on Sherron Road to be increased by 8 to 15%. As we have stated before, this intersection is dangerous. There's been over 133 crashes within 5 years. This is from NCDOT for 2019 to 2023 or 2018 to 2023. Almost doubling the traffic on NC 98 with the developments that's already been approved and under construction will only increase the accident and reduce the safety. Sidewalk needs to be continuous. Yes, they will be providing a 10-foot sidewalk here for about 300, 400 feet, and about a 400-foot, 10-foot sidewalk here, but there's no connection here and here. And over here, there's no connection across on the other side of Sherron Road, nor is there a pedestrian ramp here to provide for bicyclists and pedestrians crossing here, which makes it even more dangerous. And without continuous, we need to provide for continuous sidewalks and bike. Either Durham needs to pay for it or they need to provide it if we're saying that they can walk. We don't want our teenagers to cross the road. And we know they will if there's no place provided. Again, here's the intersection. This is Walgreens, the development's behind it. There's no refuge island that's going to be provided. There's no curb ramp here. There's no sidewalk here. And the sidewalk is going to go from a 10-foot to a 5-foot sidewalk. So there's no continuity there. Let's see, there's 5 lanes to cross. Why aren't we having a pedestrian signal here if you've got 5 lanes to cross? The TIA does not always look at the traffic and where it's flowing from. Looking at the numbers I looked at and everything, I'm almost 100% positive that they did not take the counts on the day that Nello Tia runs through this intersection with 50 to 60 trucks a day. And that happens at least
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Oops.
Freeman?
There you go. You can just push that down.
Good evening, all. It's good to be, my name is Thomas Freeman. I'm a frequent speaker here from the development-torn southeast Durham County. It's good to be speaking before you tonight and the public to document, build, and bolster the case for environmental responsibility. There's a great mystery going around in Durham. Help the Durham politicians find the answer. Feast your eyes on this slide here, folks. What you're seeing, it's not really special. It's what we typically see in southeast Durham County. It's the runoff from yet another mass-graded high-density residential construction site in southeast Durham. It happens to be Olive Grove. You've seen it before, but who really cares? The description is the sediment-laden rain runs off the bare earth into the settlement pond, and after a while, the goo, that's a non-scientific term, it's pumped into the stream below. As you can see, the pipe, which goes down to the culvert in the right picture. And then it will ooze its way 400 feet to Lick Creek, but you can just call it a drainage ditch of Durham. There are other options you might ask. Well, certainly. Look at the link on the lower part of the screen. It refers you to the North Carolina Administrative Code. There are alternatives. One novel and proven concept would be to approach residential construction in a manner that does not destroy the environment. I'll move on. So let's get back to the goo. The eventual location of the goo is Falls Lake, but you already know that. You can see the turbid water approaching the cleaner water on Falls Lake. I rest my case, Durham.
Welcome.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, I'm Rebecca Freeman of Southeast Durham County, and I'm speaking in opposition to this development tonight. The picture on the wall on the screen now shows folks that accompanied Samantha Crop, Neuse River, for a walk in the creek bed of Lick Creek from the Kemp Road Bridge last Saturday, March 16, to witness the destruction and creek death caused by sediment basins, discharge, and site runoff from mass-graded high-density developments that Durham City Council approved. Accompanying Samantha were Durham residents, one concerned that the recent stream restoration through Grove Park community will be damaged yet again from this development. Another concerned about fishing, actually just fishing for recreation in Falls Lake. A member of the City Council was there, and a member of the Durham City County Environmental Affairs Board was there. Residents from neighboring counties came. One from Johnston County, that far away, was concerned about the downstream damaging effects from what we're doing here in Durham. A neighboring county commissioner and a UNRBA member was also there, concerned about what we're doing in Durham. We sincerely thank Samantha and all who came to this walk. They donned waders, got down into the creek bed, measured silt deposits in the creek bed from up to 24 inches that had been deposited by this turbidity, and saw creek bed destruction of heavy flows and high velocities that have excised and damaged creek banks. Over the last 2 years, Samantha has documented irrefutable scientific data as well as observable confirmation of extreme high levels of turbidity and lack of usual creek bed microinvertebrates. This is the truth, the honest truth, and nothing but the truth. I'm also showing you tonight water that was taken from inside a home after it had gone through a soft water system that is not drinkable. This is the kind of thing that we're seeing in Southeast Durham, and this should not happen. This should not happen. Why are developers not held financially responsible for creek restoration instead of all taxpayers? Who is allowing the creek environmental destruction? Is the Durham City Council satisfied with the carnage taking place? When will this death and destruction stop? Has the council ever seriously considered residential development that will be in harmony with the environment? Are council members ignoring the realities of residents concerned with traffic congestion and safety and emergency situations? This is the reality in Southeast Durham every day.
Thank you. All right, at this time, Madam Clerk, we're going to move to online. All right, this is item 22, so I have these right here, okay. Ronnie Turner, can you hear me? Ronnie Turner?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, one moment, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to pass it over to you. Absolutely. All right, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Ronnie, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm Ronnie Turner. I live on Hocutt Road, back up to this new planned development. Excuse me. This area is overrun with construction, but all of you know that. Some of you have been down there. Some of you actually live in this area. I can't see how you can want to add more people to the overrun amounts of people that are here. You're also damaging the lands that we were given graciously by the Lord that allows us to stay here. I come from a native tribe. We were here long before many of the other people came to this country. This land is precious. The water that we have, the water that you drink out of your spigot today and tomorrow will be controlled by what you as a group and a board do with your decisions. There's no way that we can continue this. It's just got to stop at some point, and it's up to y'all to figure out who's going to be in control. You've allowed all the contractors to come out and just do whatever they want with no punishment, no fines. My in-laws live on Doc Nichols. They blasting, collapsed their well. They had no water for 2.5 months before I could find someone that would even come drill it. They have had to purchase new filtration systems along with that well. These people in their late to mid 80s at a very fixed income, and they've had to spend almost $15,000 just to be able to drink water. No one will help. All I was told while I was in the meeting there, where was my proof? Well, your proof's all over the news. They blast after hours, however they want, and there's no one making them pay the people for what they've destroyed. Someone in your group, as a group, has got to get control of the contractors. I'm not against building a home. I'm against the way you're destroying the earth and the people that worked here, that have paid their taxes all these years, that paid your salaries, and everybody else in this county that have stood up and tried to make it a better place to live. It's ridiculous that we're subjected to this and we have no recourse. So the only thing to do is to stand up and try to stop you from doing any more, because we get no help when the damage is done. Everybody turns their back on us. And I assume you just want to get rid of us so you can tear down my house and build 5
Thank you,
more
Mr.
apartments.
Turner, for your time tonight. Madam Clerk, is Wanda Allen, I see a Wanda Allen and Tina Motley Pearson, and I see, okay, if you make Wanda Allen.
Yes, I'm here.
Good evening. Thank you so much for being with us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, yes, I am Wanda Allen, and I have listened to the staff report, reviewed the documents online, and heard the applicant. But I have not heard anyone tonight address the cost to clean up the creeks in Falls Lake. The city council and the county commissioners are very much aware of the devastation. They have committed over $79 million, I said $79 million of taxpayers' dollars to clean up these creeks and the lake from fiscal year 20 to 23. On February the 8th, the city council work session, $18 million was discussed. On March the 11th, the county commissioners entered into an agreement with $3 million for Southeast Watershed Improvement Plan. This project, since it is a high priority for this applicant, is it his intentions to put $3 million to support this devastation to the creeks and to the lakes? That's my question. Is it his intentions to put up $3 million to support the devastation to this area? Thank you.
Thank you so much. His Honor is back on the podium. Do you want me to continue?
Continue, please.
Yes, sir. And Tina Motley Person, if you would make her available, that'll take us right to 11 p.m. Madam Clerk, if you would. Tina Motley Person, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good evening. Thank you for being with us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Tina Motley Pearson, and my address is on file. I'd like to say, it's important to note that we all understand the development is imminent, but the way that it's developed gives little to no regard to the residents or the environment. It is corporate sociopathy at its worst. While I oppose this project, I want to talk about an issue that affects all projects in Durham. Do you know why Durham has very high bonds to develop? Because in the past, developers would not finish roads and other infrastructure like they were supposed to do. So homeowners associations and Durham taxpayers had to finish footing the bill for over 20 developments in Durham. Taxpayers should not be subsidizing developers. The developers aren't paying to clean up the streams, and they aren't paying damages when they destroy houses and wells with blasting. If they were held accountable, I bet the developers would be a lot more careful with mass grading and blasting. The elected officials are responsible for holding the balance between the need for housing and protecting the citizens and the environment. You should not pin one against the other. That bond money is there for a reason. The developers and blasters can pay for any damages to the environment, whether it's a stream restoration or damage to a house or well. They cause the damage. The only right and fair solution is for the developers and blasters to pay for it, not the taxpayers. Durham needs to pass a UDO amendment to tie clean water standards to sediment practices. Then it would be the responsibility of the developer to put out a meter. It is not difficult to put in a meter that can report the discharge and the turbidity. This information would be made public so it can be dealt with appropriately. Right now, we don't have a clean water standard attached to our sediment practices. So notice of violations are not being issued. Fines are not being issued. Stop work orders are not being issued. We need to attach a water quality standard to our sediment regulations. So when violations occur, there is a stop work order until the issue is fixed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Friends, that brings us to 11:01. When we return from break, Mr. Sivers, you can then at that time respond to anything you've heard. So we'll be in recess until 11:11.
Owning a home provides a sense of financial stability, family, community, and pride. But housing prices are now higher than ever, making it hard for many Durham residents to afford their first home. That's why the City of Durham is offering the Down Payment Assistance Program to support eligible individuals with up to $80,000 in 0% interest forgivable loans to purchase a house within the city limits. Visit this site or call to find out if you qualify for the program.
Everyone in Durham should be able to find a home they can afford. That's why Forever Home Durham is creating affordable, livable, and inclusive communities for low to middle income residents. From renting to owning, find out how the city is helping more people find homes right here in Durham. Learn more at foreverhomedurham.com.
Here's some tips to ensure that your garbage and recycling gets picked up. 1. Your cart should be put out for collection before 6 a.m. on your collection day. 2. Your cart should be at least 3 feet from all other objects such as mailboxes, telephone poles, fire hydrants, trees, and other carts. 3. Your cart should be no more than 3 feet from the curb. 4. No vehicles should be blocking your carts. The mechanical arms on our trucks need direct access to your carts and cannot reach around vehicles. To find more information about garbage and recycling pickups, go to this web address.
I came to the city of Durham to improve living conditions for residents, and I stayed because I'm encouraged to advance my career. The city of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers. Vine a la ciudad de Durham para mejorar las condiciones de vida de los residentes. Me quedé porque me apoyan a avanzar en mi carrera. La ciudad de Durham, donde las carreras se encuentran con la comunidad. Para conectarse con una carrera que sirve a la ciudad del Toro, visite durhamnc.gov/careers.
Not much more time.
All right. Wait, because. All right. Mr. Cyrus, we have one more speaker online.
Okay.
Jacob Freeman, can you hear me? Jacob Freeman, can you hear me? No?
He's unmuted.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Freeman is unmuted, but not speaking.
He may have walked away.
He can hear us? Mr. Freeman, could you hang up and log back in? Did he go off? Is he back in queue, Madam Clerk? Did he hang up and come back in?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you go. All right, great. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me get situated here. I got messed up with that. Okay. So tonight, I'd like to make the city council aware their overall unwillingness to address the grave environmental issues caused by the high-density mass-created developments in southeastern Durham County. It's on full display for the world to see. So hello, I'm Jacob Freeman. I'm a Wake County resident, avid hiker, and I use the Mountain to Sea Trail around Falls Lake for recreation and exercise. About 2 weeks ago, I was reviewing a route plan for a day hike on Google Earth and observed aerial shots from 4/2023 showing the sediment-laden muck running into Falls Lake from Lick Creek. These aerial views are not hard to find since they're the first views that come up when using Google Earth to search the area. The City Council has been made aware of the turbidity issues in Lick Creek on numerous occasions and the harm it causes to aquatic environments by the Neuse River Keeper. She has documented evidence of extremely high turbidity levels and has informed the council of the harm it causes. And now the evidence is there on full display for the casual observer of Google Earth to see. Examining other areas in the image, the Google Earth image around Falls Lake, where tributaries run to the lake, this is the only creek that has highly discolored water running into the lake. One area of Falls Lake is clearly not like the others. Is the city of Durham now going to allow destruction of Little Lick Creek watershed in the same way Lick Creek has been destroyed with this newest high-density annexation? The issues are clear. The question is, does the city council have the willingness to act and vote against this development? We need action. Action to stop these environmental issues and provide Wake County with the same consideration for their watershed that Durham provides for its drinking water sources. In closing, I have a question for council members. What are the specific actions the city council is planning to take to improve the condition of Lick Creek? And I'm not talking about more studies. We have plenty of those, all with specific recommendations. What actions are you going to take? Will you hold contractors and developers responsible and stop work until the situation is remedied? Will you commit to reducing the density and the amount of mass grading land disturbance in the watershed? What specifically are you going to do to stop this environmental disaster? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Sivers.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you for the ability to respond to some of these comments. I've started a few here as try to minimize my time here. Environmental issues. Yes, we're aware of some of these concerns that the neighbors have, which is exactly why we provided the additional commitments at the Planning Commission hearing for items commitments number 14 through 17, like native trees being planted, 4 electrical vehicle charging stations, additional tree coverage above the code minimum, as well as those stormwater control measures being outside of the stream buffers, and as well as the recreational open space items being outside the stream buffers. The second item of that, environmental concerns, is really concerned more about the erosion control and the turbidity issues that you've heard a lot of tonight and a lot of concerns. I understand the concern, and I honestly applaud these neighbors. Because of these neighbors, we have the new requirements so that the UDO is now codified. The projects that were discussed tonight that are under construction did not follow those new UDO regulations. And because of the neighbors that are here this evening and talking about this concern, that's why this project in front of you tonight will be required to follow those new regulations. So I do applaud the neighbors with bringing that concern and following up and pushing that as a UDO requirement, which this project will need to follow. Blasting was mentioned here this evening. This project, we are not clear if blasting will be a requirement of this or not. It's possible, so I cannot commit on either direction in that manner. And finally, I'd like to discuss about the sidewalk connections. We will have a 10-foot shared use path along our frontage connecting to the existing sidewalk on Sherron Road. That sidewalk will allow direct connection up to the Walgreens. We worked with planning and transportation on potential connection across Sherron Road and discussed with them providing a striping between the existing handicap ramps. And unfortunately, we actually made that commitment to do the striping. We were informed, and you may ask the transportation bill judge if you like, we were informed that in order to provide the striping, we also needed to upgrade the ADA ramps and provide the signal, which is approximately an $80,000 to $100,000 addition that we could not do, but we did want to do the striping, but we're told it was an all-in-one package. So we worked through that. So unfortunately, we could not commit to that because it was, again, that all-in-one package. So I believe that covers the majority of my responses. If there's any additional questions, please let me know.
All right. Thank you all for your comments tonight. This is a public hearing. If there's anyone else that would like to share any comments to this. If not, I will declare this public hearing closed and back before the council. Colleagues. Councilmember Cook.
All right. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a lot of questions. I'm sorry, I'm going to be pulling everybody up, I think. But first for staff, let me just pull up. Yeah, so I am looking currently at the comprehensive plan consistency page. On the third page of the one that I have, which is newly updated, there's a comment, and it says, in this batch of reports, looks like this policy is not being applied consistently. One has not applicable, others have exceeding for different reasons. Feel free to decide how to reconcile just bringing this up. I'm hoping you can address that, but I guess in a broader question, I'm curious to know how often it happens that some of these policies, the application is disagreed on by staff and how that gets remedied, generally speaking.
Sure. So, yeah, in this case, you know, the comprehensive plan was just adopted 5 months ago now, and so we have been working through issues of trying to make sure that we're applying it consistently. We do have regular conversations about how we're going to apply, you know, policy 70 versus policy 82 versus policy 97, whichever one it may be. We have, as you see, several dozen policies that we go through for every case, and we do have internal discussions on a quite regular basis about how we're going to be applying that as they come up on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, so that's sort of decided case by case or as issues arise?
Well, as issues arise, we come to a consensus as to how we're going to apply it. If one reviewer maybe was interpreting something one way and another reviewer was interpreting it another way, we will get together and make sure that we have some consistency there.
Did we get consistency on this particular one?
Yes, so this would be one where we came up, you know, this would be, it has been fixed, but for some reason that particular comment bubble was not removed. It normally is as it's processed to be put into on-base, and it got missed.
Okay. And I since I have you up here, I'm going to go out of order,
Sure.
but this also might not be a question for you, but there was some conversation about crosswalks during the commission meeting, and then we just heard from the applicant talking about this all or nothing sort of situation. Could you just expand on that a little bit?
Sure, I'll do my best, and then Bill Judge is here if he needs to fill in any gaps. This was actually a conversation through email that we were having today. The applicant had emailed us this morning letting us know that he would proffer to stripe a sidewalk. I had contacted staff at Transportation One to make sure they were okay with the wording, and they had brought up that in this particular case, at that location, they would need to also upgrade the ramps. They would also need to put in audible pedestrian signals to be fully ADA compliant. The applicant determined that that was going to be too expensive for them to do, and in order to meet our policies and requirements for ADA compliance, we needed to have all of those improvements done or not include the side crosswalk. We didn't want a crosswalk that didn't have all the appropriate signals and signage and so forth. So the applicant has decided not to do that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and as a follow-up, is there no way that we can sort of determine that an applicant will pay for part of something that is needed as a whole? Like, is that not something that we can do moving forward?
That I mean, it could be, but I would need to defer to Bill on that
Yeah, I see
as
some
to
head
whether or not
shaking.
we'd take, say, a 50% pay, because where's the other 50% going to come from? We may
Right.
not have it in our budget to be able to commit to that as staff, but I'll leave it to Bill.
Correct. Bill Judge, Transportation. Unfortunately, we don't have like a payment in lieu type program for those, as Aaron indicated. If we had a funded project to which we could perhaps apply it, we could probably work out that type of situation. But at this point, we don't have the funding for the remainder of the project, or a way to really incorporate and take that money and make sure that it would get used appropriately as intended.
Okay, and an option to maybe not take the money up front, but to have sort of an agreement of like, if we end up doing this project, you will agree to pay 50% of it or 40% of it or whatever it is. Is that a possible option?
Not without really knowing what the project is and funded and timeline for when it would be completed. If we, like I said, if we had a more specific project, we probably could work out some arrangement to that effect, but without an actual project to apply it to at this point, or a timeline for when it would be, that would be difficult to do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if I could jump in on that line of questioning on the same,
Yeah,
yeah. So thanks, Bill. So we do collect street impact fees for every development, right? So could that not be part of a funding source to do that?
We do collect street impact fees, but those are based on roadway capacity type improvements, essentially, for mitigating the additional vehicle traffic that is generated by the development or site. So this site is subject to those, and we'll be paying those fees.
And those street impact fees can't be used for bike and pedestrian infrastructure?
They can, where they're ancillary as part of the project, building sort of complete streets type elements. We can incorporate those, but the fees themselves are calculated and determined primarily based on roadway type of improvements. So we wouldn't likely be able to use them for sort of an independent pedestrian type project, since the enabling legislation and fees are based on vehicular capacity improvements.
Go ahead, yeah.
Councilmember Cook, you can continue.
I think that might be all my staff questions, but we'll see, but okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm wondering, and this is going to be to the applicant, thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering, and maybe, I think you might have brought your traffic specialist with you, but you stated earlier that you had done a traffic study, but you didn't talk about any of the results of that traffic study, and I'm wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about the results of that traffic study. And I want to think about it specifically in the context of, I know that this is a busy area. I know that there are a lot of vehicles moving through this area, and we've talked about, there's been some conversation about walkability. It seems like really without a crosswalk, the only thing that is a safe walkable situation is the one pharmacy. So with a specific eye towards the high volume of vehicular traffic on that road, I'd like to hear the results of the study.
Sure. Ronald Stevenson with DRMP. And yeah, it is true that a traffic study, but this particular site did not generate enough traffic to require a full typical traffic impact analysis report. But we did want to take a look at the trips it would generate and how it may impact the surrounding intersections and access points. So we did so. And in very short summary is the levels of service, delays, queues, that kind of thing at the surrounding intersections really didn't change at all with the addition of this site, which is obviously indicating there's not a big traffic impact from this development. And however, there are some turn lane improvements that will be constructed at the driveways to facilitate, the movement of traffic, in and out of the driveways at the site. But it didn't really have any impact or change at all in levels of service at any of the intersections around. And one of the reasons for that is it has access on NC 98 as well as Sherron Road, and that just helps to sort of spread the traffic out to each roadway, and not every car has to go through the same intersection or make the same movements. So that really helps spread it out.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That was all my traffic questions. Back to the applicant again. So sorry to make everyone jump around. Yeah, so I mean, you talked a little bit about this when you were addressing the environmental concerns, and you talked about some of the proffers that had been made regarding tree cover and some of these other things. And I know that we do have requirements in the UDO that address specific issues about waterways, but we also are hearing from folks, and you saw my picture. I was at Lick Creek this past weekend. I'm sure you've probably driven by there and seen it. It is a horrendous disaster. And yeah, I mean, you talked about kind of listening to feedback, but and then you talked about adding a single percentage point of, and I want to be very clear, that's income restricted. It's not affordable housing at 100% as per our definition. But most of the commentary that you got from the commission was about that environmental impact and about that traffic study. And I'm wondering if y'all did any delving into something along the lines of doing your own turbidity testing or doing other things that might work on prevention or creek repair, some of these issues that we sort of heard over and over again. And again, I know they're not required, but I'm just curious if there was any calculation done, any thought behind how to make this impact less great on this huge water supply that we have.
Yes and no is the best way to answer it, and I'll explain that answer. Yes, as a specific to this project. No, as a Southeast Durham concern. That is if you're looking at it as a whole, how can this one project provide the best quality downstream for what exactly impacts this one site. So what we did is provide those additional commitments about the stormwater with ensuring that our stormwater will be outside of the stream buffers, making sure that we provide that tree coverage for that. But as an overall commitment for looking at a study for Southeast Durham, no, we did not do that.
And I'm being specific to the study as well. I mean, there can definitely be testing done during development and that sort of thing. We have EPA guidelines that follow that. Has that been anything that y'all have looked into?
Not
for
at
the
this
specific
time,
study?
no.
And then you talked earlier about there being one vehicular crossing of the stream, but there's actually a second crossing for utilities, correct?
No. So part of the original plans had one vehicular stream crossing as well as one utility stream crossing. Prior to Planning Commission, we removed that, so it's one stream crossing. In other words, wherever there is the vehicular stream crossing, our utilities will also cross in that same location. So one total cross.
And that's going to be enough for all of the sewer, all of the water, all of everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thanks.
Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I think being able to provide a pedestrian crossing is a rounding error for the developer. So it's something that I would like to see. I've got some questions for staff. The affordability, I'm just curious actually about the affordability, because usually what we see, or often what we see when we get commitments from developers, is affordability for sale housing. And this is affordability, not using LIHTC. It is market rate. So I'm just curious, what is the mechanism for ensuring that 5% of the units remain affordable for 30 years?
Sure. So the process would be, that is actually managed by the Community Development Department. They have members of their staff that are well-versed and trained in reviewing income eligibility. They rules and procedures for the affordable housing density bonus, which were adopted by council in 2022, spell out a procedure and the types of documentation that will be required to show that the occupants of the units meet the eligibility requirements and that the rents that are being charged are within our annual income limits based on the HUD income limits. So yeah, it is their job. It would normally be an annual monitoring that would be done to ensure that the units are occupied, the number of units that are occupied by those that meet the criteria are done.
Okay, that's great. And is there, we kind of talked about this at our last work session, a way to monitor for the next generation to figure out where these units are going to be expiring, their affordability is going to be expiring, so that we can figure out how to keep them affordable?
Right, so we do have a way of tracking that, and we're working on a process to make that public facing. Okay. I don't know that the public facing will necessarily have the years that it will be done, but we will have a way to monitor that. Also, just bear in mind that usually the way these proffers are written is that it is based, the year of tenure starts from the issuance of the first certificate of compliance. So it's not like, you know, if you were to approve the zoning today, that 30-year period doesn't start now, it would start later on.
For something like the enhancements to road crossings, I know some of it is on the other side of the street, but how it seems like it would be something that could be required. It seems like it's something that meets rough proportionality. Is that not the case?
It can be difficult to meet the Nolan and Dolan tests of rational nexus for getting too far off site. You have to be able to determine legally, you have to be able to demonstrate that the proffer or the exaction you're requiring is going to be beneficial or have a rational nexus to the development that's being proposed. So we could not say require this particular developer to build a sidewalk from, say, the Forest Food Line Shopping Center to the east, because it's not demonstrating that those would be able to actually be used by the residents and the occupants of the site. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, you did well on the AICP test.
Thank you, I did actually. It was a number of years ago, but I still remember it.
For the recreation, the active recreation, do we typically expect there to be public use easements on those, or are those entirely private just for the residents of the development?
We have policies that encourage them to be proffered for public use. We have no UDO requirement to do so.
Okay. Fire and EMS, those kinds of services, heard some concerns. It's also just a good practice of growth management to monitor and ensure that we're planning for the future. Where are we on fire and EMS and services out there with an addition of a development like this?
Yeah, I can't give you, I don't have any exact knowledge on fires plan.
We have that.
You have that, okay, great.
So,
Good evening, Bo Ferguson, Deputy City Manager for Public Safety. So the fire department monitors and its response times throughout the county and tracks those and reports them on a regular basis. That information is used to inform the capital improvement plan and operational plan that comes forward really this time every year in the budget. So from a high level, that there is a constant monitoring of that data. That information can be made available to council at your discretion.
Okay, and do you monitor citywide, or are you looking at you breaking the city apart geographically so that we understand where those response times are lower or higher?
Both. So we have citywide data, but we also monitor data by district and generally by station. We're able to see different types of response characteristics out of different stations.
Okay, and there's not concern from that data on this specific development?
No. So as the planning department brings forward with all items, there's a cost analysis that each department that is impacted by growth is required to present, which makes its way into your packet. That is a department's estimation of the amount of resources that will be necessary to serve any new development that the council chooses to approve and that eventually gets built out. All of that information comes back, kind of in an annual basis when the department develops its work plan for the coming year, when it makes requests through the budget process, when the city manager considers her proposed budget to the council. So all of that data sort of funnels up into our annual work planning process. At this time, there's not a specific concern that the fire department has expressed about serving developments in the eastern part of the county.
Because they have expressed concern previously, I think, on previous cases in last year, years past. I've heard them express concern before.
The department has acknowledged and I think reported in this setting that that growth in any part of the county will drive a need for additional resources and will focus their future growth their future growth planning in that area. I believe that's the nature of the comments they've offered in this setting before. I would not think it would be accurate to say that they have concerns about serving East Durham. They do not. They are able to meet effective response force expectations for calls for service in this area.
Can we get the geographic specific information on the response times from fire and EMS?
Yes. Yes. So EMS is a county service. So kind of refer to my friends in planning as to whether or not that data is available. We'll ask for the EMS and we will get you the fire.
Thank you.
Yes.
May I add? Just very briefly, I did hear comments around an audit that was done in a previous fiscal year for us to invest in some planning, capital and operational planning tools to enhance the professional staff's ability to project longer-term investments, both as we have our annual budgets and our capital improvement programs. That software it's been funded and it has been purchased and it has been implemented. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. There's no transit in the area. Do we know, do we have any knowledge about how long we might expect to wait before transit might arrive in this area?
So there were no plans in the Durham Transit Plan that was adopted about a year ago. There were no plans to run additional transit or expand transit this far down 98 nor down Sherron at that time.
Okay. Last year, the City Council adopted a new connectivity and block length ordinance, and I think Commissioner Cease pointed out that 25 acres is a very large site. It's about the size of 6 city blocks. Will there be public right-of-way connectivity through this parcel?
I would have to I would defer.
So no, this will be private access through the development, but it is not planned to be gated.
Okay. So it doesn't have to meet the connectivity requirements?
Private streets, is it? No, not if it's private streets. It won't need to meet those requirements.
So the new regulations that we passed allow for private streets with public access easements?
sorry, I think the confusion is whether or not this is private streets or private access and common areas, which is a glorified parking lot driveway system.
Yes, this is a parking lot system, if you will.
Okay, so those do not have to meet because they're not considered streets, they're considered a parking lot driveway system.
So it wouldn't meet the connectivity requirements?
No.
Why? Why doesn't it have to meet the connectivity requirements?
Because they're not building streets as defined. They're building essentially driveways and parking lots.
Oh, that's a good loophole. All right. Questions for the developer? Hey, Tim. And thank you. Thank you, staff. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So 5% units affordable, definitely better than nothing. Recently, we've been seeing developers, especially for multifamily, commit to 9, 10%. Is that something that you would voluntarily be interested in?
No, we can't go that high, sir. We don't want to make sure this project can truly pencil. The 6% that we are providing this evening is better than 0%. And I believe if there was a commitment of 10% on this project, none of these units would be developed. So 5% of the units at site plan for 80% AMI at 30 years, an additional 1% at 100% AMI for 30 years. So that's our commitment this evening.
As mentioned earlier, recommendations for the active space. Are you going to apply a public access easement to that?
So that is controlled by the HOA, which will be determined at that time. So right now it's planned to be private HOA, private active open space, but that also doesn't necessarily mean that someone walking on the sidewalk couldn't access it. If there's a pool or something like that, I don't know how that would be accessed. That probably would be private with a gate pass for safety, right? Those are supposed to be locked up. But it is potentially available to the public to walk, again, not being gated, but the HOA and the open space itself will be private.
And pretty much, I'm just curious, pretty much all the developments you're working on out there we're covering those in HOAs, right?
That's correct.
Pretty much all of the new stuff we're building in this city out there is HOAs.
Yes, the open space is required to be operated by an HOA per the UDO guidelines.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Because we're doing private open space instead of public open space. So everything is covered in HOAs, which can be, especially in single-family developments, highly exclusionary. You said something about green building earlier. Is that something that I didn't notice? Maybe I missed it. Was there a commitment to green building? And that's another commitment we've been seeing a lot of recently.
So there, under, I believe, one of the checkboxes for the comprehensive plan, I think maybe the title of that is green building, and under that is an item for the charging stations. So the heading is green building technology, but the commitment is the 4 charging stations for vehicle charging.
4 charging stations on 25 acres. We have seen a commitment recently to NGBS silver or gold certification. Is that something you'd be interested in committing to?
Not this evening, no, sir.
All right, guys, we've just got a couple more questions here. Is there any interest in a larger buffer for the streams on the site, greater than the 100 feet?
No, with the impervious area, it will be a 100-foot buffer, so we will follow the UDO regulations for that.
Okay, and then there were a lot of requests from BPAC, and I noticed that only some of them, or 1 or 2 of them, you were able to meet, the developer was able to meet. Is there a reason why it was only a few of them?
Some of those, one, for example, that I read was to provide a crosswalk again, but the request was to do it at our entrance across from the mid-block to the Ravenstone single-family development. That's a non-signalized location, so I believe that's a very unsafe location for a mid-block crossing. That was one of them. The majority, the rest of them, I believe, and I'm going off of memory here, we're referencing the sidewalk, which we have the 10-foot multi-use path, as well as the crosswalk at 98 and Sherron Road that we've discussed already.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Caballero?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
I had a question just regarding the ADA compliance package. I'm concerned that it sounds like discrimination against anyone who's not in a vehicle with ADA compliance around what we're doing and planning. And I'm not sure how to like reconcile that. But if why is it not mandatory that they have to put the rails, the light signaling for the pedestrians and the ramp in place?
So if they were providing the crosswalk, they would need to put all of those ADA elements into the project to put in the crosswalk. The crosswalk is not required.
Why?
Under the UZOB. I believe, Bill can probably answer that better, but I believe it's because it's off-site. It's not actually on the site that's being developed.
So it's okay to just let the people roll off into the street?
Yeah. So, yeah, Bill Judge again. Because this is an off-site improvement, it is not required. But if they are willing to proffer to make it, it would have to be ADA compliant. So that's where we identified those additional improvements that they would not be allowed to just provide striping because that would not be considered ADA compliant.
So it's the norm to just not be ADA compliant in the area where speeds are like 45 to 50 miles an hour?
I mean, it's an existing deficiency that the city and the state will have to resolve at this point. I think the issue is, whether or not we can require it, and because it's considered an off-site improvement, we don't have any mechanism for requiring it.
What would a mechanism look like to require it?
Well, there'd have to be UDO ordinance revisions, but it would have to meet those rational nexus tests that Aaron described earlier.
The rational nexus test?
Yes, there's a couple of Supreme Court cases from a few decades ago that require that any required infrastructure improvements be able to be tied directly to the site that's being developed and the project that's being built. And that can be difficult to demonstrate on off-site improvements.
I would think that the senior tsunami would probably make a shift in the way a court would see something like this, considering that it's not, or it's creating a situation where there's not a mechanism for ADA compliance. So am I off?
Well, it's not that there's not a mechanism for ADA compliance. There's a mechanism for ADA compliance if the improvement's going to be built. What we don't have right now is a mechanism to require that improvement be built because it is off-site.
So if we could remove off-site from the language, that mechanism would have to be built. Why are we giving developers an option for ADA compliance?
No. So, for example, when they build their 10-foot side path, and when they build their improvements on the site, they will need to be ADA compliant.
And if they're building off-site or their use is off-site, or the included annexation is off-site, who's responsible for covering the ADA compliant ramp, light signaling?
Well, the use and the development can't be off-site because by definition, if they're building something that
the annexation itself.
Well, again, the annexation location is the site, so therefore it can't be off-site. when we're saying off-site, we're saying not a part of the actual development location and annexation location.
But it's directly located where anyone that uses, or anyone that were in that site or on that site living would need to use, right?
No, the location we're talking about is actually a little bit down the street from the site. It's not physically adjacent to the site that they're proposing to develop on.
What I mean is like the walking path.
Right, so the crosswalk that we discussed is not actually on the site. It's a little ways down the street.
How would you wheel your wheelchair down that street is what I'm getting at.
Well, there are some existing sidewalks that can be used, but that, like Bill said, that is an existing, the lack of ADA compliant ramps is a current deficiency of the existing intersection at NC 98 and Sherron Road, which was constructed, Bill, what, 40 years ago maybe? So back, I'm guessing, but it's been, I've lived here since 1999 and it hasn't really changed. So it predates a lot of our current requirements.
And I guess, well, how do we catch up, because those deficits are going to continue to be in place?
Right. You want to take that?
Yeah. So we do have an existing CIP program that has historically been funded annually, where we do about 6 or 7 signalized intersections, and we upgrade the ramps and make them fully ADA compliant. So we've been working through those, trying to, ultimately our goal is to get to 100%, but that's essentially what the city has been doing towards relieving that.
And how long will it take to get to 100% with the based on where we are today?
I do not have that estimate readily handy. I think last count, we were at about 75% of signalized intersections had those ADA compliant ramps. But
Thank you. I did have another question, just acknowledging when we talk about community development, taking on, keeping up with affordable housing and all of that. I know there were some staff vacancies. Have those been filled?
I'm not sure which vacancies you're referring to.
There were quite a few in that department, and I want to make sure that we're not just leaving it to an open vacant position to keep an eye on, and then no one knows what's
in community, I can't speak for any vacancies in community development, so I'm not sure about that.
I guess that's for city manager.
Yes. So anytime we have an obligation for compliance, we have systems in place and staff in place to ensure that data is collected and is reviewed in order for the project to stay in compliance according to the way it was presented and approved. And that is done as a part of the work plan of that department.
All right. I just have 2 questions. First question, I wonder if Deputy City Manager Ferguson could step forward. There were questions about, I know we've talked about this in the past in meetings, but there's a question about blasting and responsibility for addressing the costs to homeowners from blasting. So can you just remind us how that works and what that would look like in this situation?
Sure. So, Bo Ferguson, Deputy City Manager for Public Safety. So I know a lot of information has been provided previously to council, and there's a lot of layers to blasting. I'm not going to try and do it all off the top of my head, but I believe your question specifically is who is responsible for damage. Blasters have to carry insurance. Those insurance policy, making a claim against those insurance is how damage should be dealt with from blasting.
And I think there was some comments from some of the citizens about cities somehow protecting. Do other cities provide like a fund or some way to ensure that homeowners are not harmed, or?
I'm not up to speed on what other cities may offer. We don't have a fund that offers reimbursement or covers damages. We don't We don't have a program.
Basically, does the blasters have a bond? They have a bond, and if
They have an insurance policy.
Yeah. Thank you. My other question is for Sarah or for Aaron. Just a question about the Planning Commission comments. The Planning Commission is has been pretty critical of a lot of developments in Southeast. This one they voted 9-4 to approve. Although as I read the comments there, I see 2 comments against this development. I don't see the other two of the 4 votes even against this. Is it typical that if folks don't provide comments, their vote's not recorded, or what?
Oh, so the way the procedure works at Planning Commission is that the votes are taken at Planning Commission, just like y'all take votes here, and we will record those votes. They then have a week to provide us written comments that we include in the package for you. They're not, we certainly encourage, but we do not require them to provide those written comments, and they can decline to do so if they choose.
But again, so if they don't, in the notes we have here, if they don't provide comments, is it not recorded how that person, because I see 2 votes against this. I see several with no comments, so can I assume that a couple of that voted no just didn't provide comments, therefore it's not recorded there that way?
I mean, we certainly have the record, we can certainly provide the minutes from the Planning Commission meeting and provide you as to who voted no, and I'll look that up as soon as I'm done answering this question. But I can let you know who it is that voted no, but I think that is that would make sense logically that let's say I see 3 people who did not provide comments, that 2 of them would have been the ones who voted no.
I appreciate that. It might be helpful in the future to record that, even if there's no comments, just to record how the votes were taken, so we know that.
Sure, that's certainly one thing we can look at is in the Planning Commission written comments, we can just simply include the vote, what the vote was, and then who voted no, so that you have that information.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for bearing with us so long. Thank you, colleagues, for your excellent questions and observations. I do want to dovetail something that I've heard. The norm has been in recent years for us to increasingly see more developers make proffers 5 to 10, 5 to 9, sometimes 3 to 8% range of affordable and income restricting units. What used to be the case is developers didn't make any. It was 0. And that has changed over the years. Although recently we had a throwback where we approved a development where there was 0 proffering of income restricted or affordable. And as a matter of fact, they took apartments away from the development. So that's really the anomaly, 0. What has been normal is within a range. I think what my colleagues have crystallized for me is that there's really 2 discussions going on here. And I want to hearken back to a hard and well-appreciated lesson I learned when I first got on council, and that was about scope of our decisions. There's a discussion about this particular case before us right now and the overall issues affecting Southeast Durham. And some of the things I've heard tonight, if we agree that that's the problem, then we're a little late in this particular process to fix those problems. And I say that because if we are going to make a universal decision about policy in that area, then we have to do that. We can't take a developer's money at the front end of the process and use the metrics that we've passed, the ordinances that we've passed, just from a case of institutional integrity, whether you agree with the case or not. If we're going to have a de facto moratorium in an area, if we're not going to do any more development, then we have to, which we've heard again tonight, by the way, at least twice I heard, then we have to say that at the beginning of the process. We can't take an application fee, go through the whole process, knowing full well that we are operating under a de facto moratorium. Again, this has nothing to do with the merits of the case. This is about institutional integrity, if we're going to do that. That's a separate discussion, and which I'm willing to have, and if we want to have that policy discussion, but to try, at least for me, from my point of view, from a scope point of view, what's before me tonight, trying to fix those universal macro issues on this one case, to me, for me, it's intellectually dishonest, and it's just difficult for me to do that. I think that the Planning Commission got this one right. It was 9-4. This Planning Commission has heard a lot of the same arguments, all of the same arguments that we've heard tonight. Sometimes they've come for, sometimes they've come against. I think they got this one right, particularly given the metrics that we've passed, the rules that we say we're governing ourselves by, and what this developer has proffered. I take the comments from the Planning Commission very seriously, and I take the comments from our residents very seriously as well, and I listen for that argument on which my decision will turn. And one of the things I appreciate about our friends from Preserve Rural Durham is they have the team approach. You use the slides and one picks up where the other picks up. The challenge I've had, and I say this to many of you are friends, I say this seriously, respectfully as friends, some of the challenges I've had is that it seems as though one argument is presented and then another argument almost nullifies it. For example, if the issue is capacity of emergency response, that's nuclear. If that's the issue, then by definition, it doesn't matter how long the sidewalks are. If we don't have the capacity to respond to an emergency, that's a full stop issue. But then if the next presenter says, well, they didn't do this with the sidewalks, as a decision maker who actually has to make a vote, now I'm thinking, oh, well, if the sidewalks are put in, will that nullify the emergency response issue? If it's sediment is the real issue, then who cares about sidewalks? Who cares about anything else? Who cares about the percentage of affordable housing if sediment is the real issue? So I don't ignore you. I really do look for an argument on which it will turn, but it seems sometimes that the effort is to just throw everything against the wall and see what will stick with the argument. I think that I heard that if we can build according to the lay of the land, which is the option right now. And oftentimes what that looks like, well, if you don't sell the land, that's the option. And I think a lot of what we're dealing with as a city and as a county as well, this is almost a corollary to what gentrification looks like in the inner city. And some of the hard conversations we've had to have with grandma and mom and dad is don't sell a house. We know you can't, you're struggling to fix it up. We know you're struggling to pay the taxes, but as long as we keep ownership of it. And I think it was my colleague, Councilmember Reese, who may have brought this up some years ago, the consideration of forming kind of co-ops amongst owners out there in the county to stop these developers from buying the land and getting your neighbors, if the baby doesn't want to take over the farm or doesn't want to carry on the tradition, folk who will keep that ownership, much like the same conversations we're having in the inner city here, to keep the land in possession because we come to things like this. I don't support a moratorium in the area. I heard one caller said, well, what are we doing to respond to it? What are we doing? One of the things we've done is that we've adopted wholesale what you told us to do, and the annexation and the UDO requirements. Now I'm hearing that, well, those requirements aren't good enough. I'm hearing that they're not working based upon projects that weren't under those standards. So I think, as I've said, the Planning Commission, I think, got this one right. I do want to say that we've had affordability proffers for both rental and ownership over the years of things that have been brought before us. And I would say, a lot of communities need to have serious discussions about retaining ownership of the land. And also, I think we as a council need to understand or need to, if we need to have a conversation about what it looks like to stop doing something in an area until something happens, until there's zero sedimentation, until we have the capacity, whatever the metric is, or whoever gets to blow the whistle and say, okay, we have enough fire engines. Transit follows density. I'm not going to run empty buses to where no one lives. No business person is going to put a store where there are no customers. So I'm not going to pretend that the absence of transit is a done deal when there are no customers. We run Go Durham free right now, and I support continuing to do that. But I'm not going to run empty buses towards the county, and there's nobody to ride them in anticipation of development going out there. As developments go, as plans go, This is far better than what I've seen over the years because it's responsive to what we've asked for. And here's the real issue. The way we're going to fix some of the things we've heard tonight is a moratorium on development, period. Because I have listened to a bunch of cases, a bunch of different iterations, a bunch of different proffers. I am firmly convinced that there is a large percentage of folk, not all, but a large percentage of folk that appear before us that nothing is going to pass muster. Because I've watched multiple iterations of things that incorporate the things that folk have asked for and it's still no. And I get that. I respect that. But within the scope of this decision tonight and what's before me tonight, I think this is a good development. I think the Planning Commission, whom we have celebrated and lauded from this dais, I think got this one right. I'll be supporting this development. Finally, Mr. Ferguson, Bo, I heard, again, residents make the claim that unauthorized late-night blasting has gone on. If that is the case, I want the full weight of this government brought down upon those perpetrators. If that's happening, we've got to have some record of it. We've got to either seismic data or we can go and see the evidence. I want those folk prosecuted and dealt with. If that is happening, and once again, we've heard those representations, I want the full weight of this government brought down on those perpetrators. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this development.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not going to speak long on this. One thing we cannot run from, no matter how we spin it, is supply and demand has an impact. That's just basic logics of life. And, also, I started looking into how these things work, and when we're looking at, what it takes to build these projects, one thing I'm looking at is, all right, so the crosswalks and all of the amenities that we were talking about, the fact of the matter is we use you developers to build those things out for us. So we're enhancing the amenities in our communities based on you building somewhere in the area, and sometimes you make it work, sometimes you don't. I'm not going to require you, I can't even require you to build something that is not even connected to your site. It'll be nice, and if you do, just like that long motion I read earlier in the consent agenda, all of those are infrastructure enhancements that we are receiving, that we are accepting from previous projects. And I just kind of read it over in the consent agenda, and nobody would probably ever really pick up on it. But that was an entire inventory of infrastructure that some developer is building somewhere, and we're going to receive it, and we didn't pay a dime for it. This would have been a case where if you all had proffered that, we would have received a few feet down the road, all of these crosswalks and audible, whatever we were talking about, we would have received that on your dime. Now, if you can't pencil it, you can't make it work, I can't make you do it. It'll just be nice to have. So I just wanted to put that out there, that there is no, I can't force someone to do something that's not connected to their site. And maybe, the tax revenue that we're going to get from this site can help maybe pay for it. If you guys aren't going to build it, then it'll fall under our responsibility. But we're going to get out of developers, everything that we can get out of you, because that's just how it's set up. I'll take it. But if you don't do it, and I can't require you to do it, then it's going to be on me. It's going to be on us, the government. It's called CIP. We do brick and mortar infrastructure. So I appreciate all of the fees we did get already, because it helps continue to fund this entire process. I am looking at this very objectively. I'm looking at the things that, that we got that we didn't have to get. I'm looking forward to utilizing those benefits for the greater good of our community. And yeah, so I'm going to support the project tonight. And colleagues, those are my comments. Mr. Baker.
Yeah, development, of course, is comprehensive in scope. It's looking at a lot of different things. So we need to care about the environment. We need to care about affordability. We need to care about all of these different pieces and the way that they come together. We don't just need to look at a development on a parcel. We need to look at a development in the context of a city, because we don't necessarily build the city, but we shape the city through our zoning regulations. And we have an obligation to make sure that we are ensuring that every single decision that we make is building a city that is true to the values that we hold and the values of our community. We live in a state that has taken a lot of preemptive action, that has limited a lot of the things that we can do, and courts that have limited a lot of the things that we can do in terms of controlling development impacts, development impact fees, places where in other states things are just automatic. Developers are just going and they're automatically doing a lot of things that we have to sit up here and ask developers to do from the goodness of their hearts. And so that is the position that we're in. We are in an extremely unfortunate position where we don't have a lot of levers of power that other cities and other states have. We also know that there are things that we could and should be doing here, that we do have the powers, that we do have enabling legislation. We could be requiring certain things that we're not requiring. And sometimes when we ask developers and we make it known what is expected and what is consistent with the comprehensive plan, being called for in the comprehensive plan, sometimes we get those things, and it's important that we have conversations about those and that we talk about them. I support apartments on this site, but there are so many other things to consider as we look at these rezoning cases. Because there's nuance, there's sophistication to the conversations that we have around development, especially on something that is 25 acres. Every single decision we make is an incremental decision towards building the city that we leave to the next generation. It is durable, what we leave to the next generation. And we need to make sure that we're being proud, because we are taking away the right of the next generation to be able to determine the world that they live in. They're going to live in the world that we leave to them. And as we have seen in Southeast Durham, we have not been building a sustainable, inclusive, walkable city. And that's true. This site is situated within the chaos that has been created in Southeast Durham. And that makes this a really difficult decision, because what do you do? What do you do when there's a proposal on a site that is amidst a suburban environment that is wholly inadequate and inconsistent with your values and with sustainability? It makes it a tough decision, and that's just the truth to it. And all we can do is the very best and determine whether we think that it is good enough to meet the vision, the values of the comprehensive plan. So those are my comments.
Councilmember.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. I did not plan on speaking. So there's this conversation around values and development and whatnot. So a few of us have been up here. This is our 7th budget season. Been here for a minute. We've seen a lot of cases. And interestingly, one of the slides that Preserve Rural Durham had, I think, listed several different comments, and one of them said charter school. And I'm assuming it's the charter school that came before this council 2 different times. I voted on every single school project that has come before me, whether it's private or charter, because I believe all children should go to public schools. You should not be able to dictate where you send your kids to school, because if we go to school together, then we learn how to live together better. It's a fundamental value of mine. The city got sued for that project twice. We had to see it twice. 751 South, a notorious project. We got sued because we were forced into doing things as a city that we did not want to do. A lot of this actually comes down to power and who has power and who does not. And the state of North Carolina, if you are a local government, it is real clear that you do not have the power that many of us wish we had. So the reason that we cannot require this developer to put the sidewalk that I think, or the crosswalk that I think many of us want, is because of prior case law that is enforcing a rule that we have to follow. The reason that Highway 98 is a disaster is because NCDOT is underfunded, and because there's mandated, it's 96%. That is a law that was passed many years before any of us sat on these seats. So yes, to Councilmember Baker's point, we are living in a system that we get to improve incrementally as best as we can on this council, because that is the power we've been given, and that is a very limited power. So when I make decisions on zoning cases, I look at what the case is. The comp plan is what the macro is. And in this case, this zoning case hit, 23 of the 25 applicable policies. So within that context, that is how I make my decision. I understand it makes residents upset. I understand that they don't necessarily like it. I think we can continue to strengthen some of our ordinances like we did around sedimentation and erosion control. We have a rewrite of the UDO that can continue to help us be better and do better, and I will support that. But a rezoning is for the case in front of me. And this is better because it is adjacent to commercial. It is going to be walkable in a much better way than some of the other things that we have approved. So I will be supporting it, and thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's comments, and I also really appreciate, specifically Councilmember Baker, really pushing the envelope. We push, we get more. So what we're doing is collectively just trying to get the best out of it and also be as realistic as possible. I don't want to constrict us so much that understanding the auspices in which we are operating as a council within North Carolina, that we hurt ourselves more than help. And I also don't want to conflate the responsibilities of the city versus the actual individual developers. But we do all have to work together on that. So if there are no more comments, I'm going to go ahead and call this, yes.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to answer Councilperson Rist's question about the Planning Commission. In addition to the two that indicated they voted no, the other no votes were McIver and Young. They did not provide comments.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed and back before the council. No, we were already back before the council. I'm sorry. It's sort of like the next day. I'm sorry. All right. So I am going to go ahead and read the motion here. To adopt an ordinance annexing Sherron Road Apartments into the city of Durham, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Sherron Road Wake Forest Land LLC.
Moved as read.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the poll. Yeah. Please close.
The motion passes 4-3 with council members Baker, Cook, and Freeman voting no.
Thank you. Motion 2, to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of commercial neighborhood with the development plan, residential suburban 20, residential rural and Falls Jordan Lake Watershed Protection District B, county jurisdiction, and establishing the same as planned development residential 10.602 and Falls Jordan Lake Watershed Protection District B, city jurisdiction.
Moved as read.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the poll. Please close.
The motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Motion 3, to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute, SEC 160D 605. I get it.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Madam Clerk, please open the poll. Vote. Please close.
And the motion's unanimous.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, thank you for your time tonight, and want to thank everybody who did come out tonight. And thank you all for being patient. And there are some comments I'm going to address later, just to resident concerns. But for the record, we do not just kick people out or lock people out, but I will choose safety. And this mayor is going to follow those procedures that are set in place. And once we get to capacity, the building will be held until there's more available inside, more available capacity inside. And that's been clearly communicated. With that being said, we are adjourned in the next day, 12:21 a.m. Thank you. Oh, I do have to make a motion now, don't I?
Make a motion to adjourn?
Agenda settled. Adjournment. Point of order. When we settle the agenda, adjournment is part of the settled agenda. We don't need a motion to adjourn.
Where are we at, Madam Clerk?
I think you're fine.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. We're done.
Point of order.